and I need to get magic logs, so you can help pick my poison. I have... What?
Go ahead.
I have 3 or so options. Option 1, the toad, until he gives me magic log. Option 2, hunter grinding for a little bit. I don't know exactly where, but I only need like, I think 3 or 4 levels to be able to catch a thing that can give me magic logs. Option, I'm not going to do it, 15 levels of wood cutting.
Sounds like it's time for 15 levels of wood cutting.
Ah, but I can do that at the toad. You fell for my trap.
No, go mine trees. Yeah, hunter, honestly. Would be my actual answer.
I think I hunt with birdies. A birdie. Man, I just gotta out this thing.
You should probably level your wood cutting, though.
I mean, probably.
Without doing Winter Todd.
I mean,
without doing Winter Todd, without doing Winter Todd.
Still you're probably not wrong. Alright, I guess I should do a quick farm run and stuff first. Take care of all that stuff. But yeah, I don't think the hunter levels will take very long. I just have to look up, like, I don't know anything about hunter trade because I've just been doing it passively, and I'm at 50 something. Yeah, I've been doing it just with getting seeds from birdhouses, and it's literally given me nothing. I don't know why they've trivialized the skill that way. That feels cringe. Loves the battle staves. I keep dumping money in battle staves, waiting for the day I cash in, but that day has not come yet. But it will come. How many battle staves am I up to? Like 100? Good God, 102. Yeah, I need to do that soon. Look at these dragon stones. Oh yeah, I get a ton of construction XP from that as well. How much are curved bones? Getting distracted. Curved bones are 6,750 construction XP. That amount of XP by oak planks would cost 53k. So that's pretty good. Pretty good. That's probably a construction level by itself. Pretty close. Pretty close. Alright. I need my stave. I need to clean up my goddamn inventory. It's a goddamn mess. When do I get my next Dragonstone thing? 61. Well, not until 72. 74. That's the ultimate cringe they've just posted at me. Man, Hunter's the right answer, but I really want my Tome of Fire from the Toad. It's free fire runes. Huh. Oh, I typed sis, not sir. Frickin' the ghost immortals are sis. Teleport. And here's hoping my flower didn't die again. If it did, I'm gonna be quite cross. Okay, no, it's alive. Pick the woad. Grow some cadaver berries. Cadaver's nuts. I didn't have any hairlanders. Weird. Alright, cadaver berry. Limports and more watermelons. Oh yeah. I think I had enough yew trees to drown a small country. Yeah. Who's dropping these things weirdly?
We're getting owned by Starboard Larboard. I was too busy trying to heal that I wasn't looking at what Starboard Larboard was.
You have posted cringe. Sorry to say it.
Can we do
Are you
4%
really sorry to say
damage
it, though?
with 2 Gunbreakers, a Reaper, and that's it?
4% damage?
Yeah, 3%. We're getting atomic raid though, so it's gonna be up to our last Gunbreaker.
Alright, talent for you, and for Fashionscape, I will equip these Secutors. Intaru Adun, Secutor. Pretty sure that's what they say.
Sounds about right.
How do I protect yew trees? 10 cactus spines. I think I can arrange that, at least for a few of them. Maple. Yeah, I do have some maples. Those only need oranges. Aren't you glad? I am glad. Alright, did I have more papaya seeds? I have pineapple seeds. Alright, I guess we can plant avid toes. That would probably be good. Inventory is looking awful crowded right now. I guess we can put 2 of these away. But we have to drill 5 of these. Frick. Water them all. Lumpy. axe as well. Frick. I have 8 inventory spaces. How am I gonna do this? Okay, I know. Ba, 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 ba. Alright, plant this yew sapling. Okay. I gotta go run and grab my cactus spines.
Okay, we only died once to Sophia. We're good.
Nice. Tofalador. I gotta put my oranges in a basket. Guess we gotta walk over to. Oh no, wait, you can't walk over to Cathapy. Ah, frick. Put the oranges in the basket.
So did a lot of people play Dragoon in Heavensward because they're excited for all the Dragoon lore?
I mean, I'm sure it
Possibly.
was higher than it normally is. I don't know by
I
how
mean, it was
much.
pretty at the start. It was pretty high in general. So
Yeah, I mean, it's always been popular. It's just the popular class.
Ugh. Rip leveling roulette out. It's probably because I'm DPS, huh?
That'll do nicely, ma'am. I'll ensure those grow for you. Yeah, you better. If you don't, I'll have your head. Gnomes. Gnomes! What if you were gnomes? George Gnome. Dude, when are you playing RuneScape with me? Because George Gnome is here.
Literally never.
But George Gnome, think about it.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna play George Gnome in a second.
What?
Trails to Azure, from Azure. Trails to Azure.
Fails to Azure, am I right,
True.
fellas? I'm a little ambitious with my trees. His name is Aquaponics is a pretty good name. You guys could just start calling me Aquaponics.
Hooked on Ponix worked for me. Oh no. Freaking Dragoon doesn't have an AoE, really?
They I mean, in low-level content, yeah. I hate to break it to you, in low-level content, there's not a lot of
Nobody had
things
AoE,
that
yeah.
has AoE. Should have played Dankrin.
Mostly ranged.
Well, this is the
Physical
last thing that I need
ranged.
to level, so...
Yeah, that's not my problem. It's your problem.
Is this why you just level it entirely through PvP?
Yeah.
What I've been doing, but I need a leveling roulette for... thing.
Watermelon. Grab 10 of your finest watermelons. Watermelons. Get to know Luigi on the Nintendo Switch. I'm gonna find out who Luigi is. I have to watch this video.
Okay.
This guy's gonna click a link from RuneScape and trust it.
It's on YouTube.
Luigi jumps high and soars
Right back
in
real
the
quick.
sky.
Yeah, Luigi jumps high and soars in the sky. Bet you didn't know that.
That was close. Luigi might be afraid, but he can still save the day. Slam! 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 Thanks, Luigi. You're the man. No matter where, why, or when, Luigi's your friend. Get to know Luigi on the Nintendo Switch.
No matter
system.
why or when, Luigi's your friend. I didn't sign up for this relationship. Sometimes it is not Luigi time. My opinion. Maybe that's a controversial opinion.
Today we're doing a tier list for every Dragon Ball arc. Yes, every arc, including Super, but not GT.
Don't you tell me that it wasn't meant to be. Call it quits, call it destiny.
Okay, fine, I'll do GT. Let's start from where it all began. Search for the Dragon Balls, otherwise known as the Emperor Pilaf arc. This is a weird one to start this video off with. It is the starting point of the franchise, and it does feel like Dragon Ball, but this is clearly a growing period for the franchise, episodic in nature with a much stronger focus on adventure over combat. Despite combat being present, the comedic nature
I can
of
now
the
plant
feels
snake grass.
different to everything that will come
And
afterwards.
kill
With that
Dumbledore.
said, it plays host to some of the most oft flashback to moments in the series, like Roshi and Bulma's introductions, Goku versus Yamcha, and, of course, Goku's very first Kamehameha. There's humor, some weird creative choices that are extra spicy looking back at them today, but overall, it still retains a lot of the charm that made it famous. It's not my favorite arc by any means, but it does deliver some nice twists at the end with the discovery of Goku's great ape power, connecting it back to his grandpa Gohan's death alluded to at the very beginning. All in all, a decent start to the series. I'll give this one a B. Next up, the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai. Now we're talking. This is, unironically, one of my favorite arcs of all time, and I cannot believe more people don't talk about it. A while back, I decided to review the original series, and even then I was blown away by how powerful the messaging and execution of what was, at the time, a big change in tone and direction for the series into the realms of battle manga. Looking back now from the present day, with the likes of gods and intergalactic brawls that can destroy galaxies being the order of the day, this feels much more quaint and measured in comparison, and to be honest, I love that about this. While it's much more modest and simple, these aspects of the story are absolutely strengths, focusing on and effectively delivering upon the themes and fostering of the next generation and pushing your limits perhaps more effectively than any other arc that would come later. The battle between Roshi and Goku is phenomenal, and to this day, it's one of the arcs I turn to revisit whenever I'm hankering for some good paneling, classic Dragon Ball action, and some good old-fashioned storytelling. This is an easy S tier. Next up is the Red Ribbon Army. Here's where we start running into our first problem in this video. What some people consider an arc, others don't. And with regards to the Red Ribbon Army arc, you can further subdivide it into pieces or look at it as a whole. I'm doing the latter because screw doing it the other way. Mr. Fusion brought up a great point in the emotional throughline of this arc, being that of Goku using the Dragon Balls to bring back Appa's dad. So naturally, the endpoint of this arc for me is with the Uranai Baba tournament, where both of these throughlines get satisfied, which honestly raises this arc in my estimation. I personally loved that tournament, particularly through its ending with Goku getting to reunite with his grandpa Gohan for the first and last time in the series. It's touching, and it's still to this day one of the only 2 moments in this entire series that's made me tear up slightly. I know this arc might feel boring to some, and on the flip side might be some others' favorites, but for me it lands somewhere in A tier. There's a lot of adventure and fun in this arc with some crazy characters like Mercenary Tao Pai Pai. He has some real psycho energy in this story, and the way he travels around is so Toriyama it hurts. Next up, the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai. The 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai, while it might be the weakest of the 3 tournaments in early Dragon Ball, it's still an early Dragon Ball tournament arc and thus is an easy A-tier contender. The fundamentals are all there for a great story concerning manipulation, staying true to yourself, and of course, my soft spot fostering the next generation. The 3 main tournament arcs in early Dragon Ball, when viewed through the lens of Master Roshi, tell the story of a grizzled vet looking on, hoping, praying, and doing everything in his power to ensure that long after he's gone, there will exist someone better than he to look after the Earth. And it's in this tournament we really get to experience that, as for the very first time for us, Roshi loses, opting to leap out of bounds in his match against Ten Shinhan for his own good, proving to Ten Shinhan in that moment that winning isn't what's important to Roshi, but everything else that comes afterwards. Furthermore, the matchups in this tournament are awesome too, with the likes of Roshi versus Ten Shinhan, of course, Goku versus Krillin, and naturally, the final matchup, Goku versus Ten Shinhan, with Ten Shinhan's very soul on the line, and with there existing the possibility that this could be the very first time Goku could win a tournament. It's an edge of your seat affair, and I just loved it. I'm sort of on the fence with this one. Should I put it in S tier, or should I leave it with A? The first tournament I still feel is a little better, I think, but only by a fraction. Still, it's enough to push this to A tier, I think. King Piccolo arc. The King Piccolo arc, on the other hand, is an arc that I don't think I share a lot in common with the rest of the Dragon Ball fanbase, given I found it difficult to get past a few hiccups I saw the story to have. But let's talk about some of the good points first, because in reality, there's a lot to like here, and I do want to give this arc its fair due. Its ending ushers in, of course, an iconic battle between Goku and King Piccolo himself, with a level of seriousness to it the likes of which we had never seen before from Goku, which is appropriate as this is Goku in his teenage years, and the last time we'll see him as a child before becoming a fully fledged adult. And not to mention boasts one of the coolest defeat moments for a main villain. Furthermore, I love the connection at the end Goku receives to the heavens with God. And on top of that, yet again, upon rereading, I was blown away by how great Goku's first interaction with Yajirobe actually was, and I love how filled with anger Goku became when Krillin dies in the story's opening moments. It's tragic and horrific to see, particularly off the back of what was a great and respectful contest between Goku and Ten Shinhan in the finish during the last arc. But I do have some gripes with this arc, as I mentioned, so let's explore those. While it has elements that are great, to me it felt as though they were cobbled together by tenuous plot beats that existed solely to move the story along, despite them not actually making all that much narrative sense in the first place. The first defeat Goku receives soundly at the hands of King Piccolo is great, but King Piccolo only leaves the scene when he recognizes that Goku's heart has stopped. And once he leaves, Goku's heart coincidentally just turns back on. We'll call that contrivance number 1, okay? That's contrivance number 1. Contrivance number 2 comes by way of Goku being in the company of the only person who could carry him to safety, and not just that, manage also to climb Korin Tower. Goku was the first to climb the tower in God knows how long. I mean, that's what made that specific achievement so special. But now, because the plot demands it, Yajirobe can do it too? That's convenience or contrivance number 2, okay? That's contrivance number 2. Contrivance number 3 Once up there, the lesson Goku received from Korn in that keep away game now is flipped on its head with no real message apart from, I guess he took a big risk by drinking the special water to make him stronger. Cool. And now gets a free power boost to allow him to defeat King Piccolo. There's no lesson, there's no story arc really to speak of that's meaningful outside of Roshi coming to realize that his time as the Earth's defender has come to an end. And he doesn't even really play a large enough role to carry the story this time around. It's a real shame. This arc has a lot to offer, and while I still think it leaves a lot to be desired, it's still the blueprint for villain-centered arcs that would be later perfected as the series soldiered on into Dragon Ball Z. With that said, I just can't put it anywhere higher than a B tier personally. But that's okay, because the next arc marks what I believe to be the beginning of the single best run in all of Dragon Ball. And that run begins at the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai. I think at this point it should go without saying that I am something of a super fan for these early Dragon Ball tournament arcs. With the first acting as one of my favorites in the series, this, the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai, might actually be my favorite arc of all time, alongside two others I'm sure many of you could guess. To me, this arc marks the beginning of my favorite stretch in Dragon Ball's long and winding story, and I think, for this arc, we gotta dust off that God tier once again, because man, this is a God tier level entrant if ever I did see one. Almost every single fight in this tournament is an absolute banger. And I'm serious, like all of them. Ten Shinhan versus his former mentor Tao, the adorable Chi-Chi versus Goku fight, Krillin versus Piccolo, and Yamcha versus Shen, offering Yamcha perhaps his best moment in the original run, despite him still losing. And those are just the quarter-final matchups. It's got a rematch between Tien and Goku, and of course, we have Goku versus Piccolo in the finals. The likes of which I cannot believe there are still folks out there that have watched and loved Dragon Ball Z and still haven't seen this one? Because this is the part of early Dragon Ball that really started to feel like Z for me, and this final fight specifically is better than so many of those great fights we get in Z to boot. It's incredible, offers so much in the way of choreography, so much so that later fights borrow from this very fight itself. I could talk about this arc honestly for the next half an hour, and I have done on my channel, so if you want to know my thoughts on every aspect of this arc in detail, you can go there. But for the sake of brevity, I will be placing this in a new category called God tier. Now it's time to march onward to Dragon Ball Z, starting things off with the very first arc of Z, entitled the Saiyan arc. Now, oddly enough, given that I'm a reviewer and love Dragon Ball, it might surprise many of you to know that I've reviewed every single part of Dragon Ball, including GT, except for the series' most popular section, Dragon Ball Z. And since I have every intention to one day review these arcs in detail, I will be sharing with you all my ratings for these arcs now. However, I will try to keep them brief. This is a tier list after all, and we have a lot more to get through after Z concludes. Alright, so, the Saiyan arc. This was the arc that literally started it all for me. Way back when I was a little kid, I got to see Goku versus Vegeta, and to this day, it is still my favorite fight in all of the series, and maybe even all of anime. It's an arc that kicks off with a change that takes the story from the limitations of Earth to the broad expanse of the greater universe. It kills Goku in its opening chapters. I mean, that never happened before. And the journey to and training with King Kai remains to this day one of my most treasured moments in the series. This arc is top to bottom brilliant, and I can't wait to one day explain in greater detail why this is my opinion. But for now, we're putting this in God tier. The Frieza arc. The Frieza arc is another incredible contender
Baby,
for this
none
tier
of
list,
my
and one that's
herbs
catapulted
wilted.
my
None of
imagination
them.
into the stratosphere. I will say right now that I'm including the Namek portion of this tale in this arc too, meaning the cat and mouse games that made our first trip outside the confines of Earth all the more thrilling and enjoyable are also included in this arc. It also has a moment that legitimately scared me to my very core as a kid when Brian Drummond's Vegeta screamed in anger after he discovered Gohan stole his Dragon Ball.
Hi, Pat.
Hello.
Hearing that voice, that anger, my soul would leave my body. And furthermore, it elevated the intimidation that Vegeta represented in the story, which again was leveraged brilliantly from that point on through encounters with the Ginyu Force that served to elevate Goku far beyond what we ever expected from him. And then there's the Frieza fight, which offered Gohan a number of...
Hi, board. I'm Ivan.
Go read Mineko.
Yeah.
Go read Hirashi.
No.
Go read both.
No.
Why not?
I don't know how to read.
Oh,
That's true.
That's sad. It's the saddest thing I've ever heard, Pat. Pathetic.
Read Bookworm.
Ooh, that's a good idea. For Q.
I have been. You can't get off my ass.
More. You need more.
Did you read the? You haven't read the Brando Sando one, right?
Me?
Did you finish which? Oh, you did. Yes, we talked about this.
What?
Witch of the Holy Night.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, we talked about it several times, and we've talked about the fact that you don't remember us talking about it. Yeah. Been there and done that.
Why is there nobody online tonight? Damn.
To be badass, and of course,
These
the
queues are
Q's
taking
death in
forever.
Goku's ultimate fight with Frieza, which also provided for me my favorite Goku moment in the series. And it's not the Super Saiyan transformation, it's the Kaioken times 20. Acting as one last hopeless struggle to maybe touch the untouchable god Frieza had built himself up to be. The ending to this struggle is perfect, and I totally 100% plan on going and diving into this in greater detail another day. But for now, again, this is another god tier entry. Next up, the Garlic Jr. arc. Okay, look, I know this arc isn't canon, but I included it for funsies, okay? Soon. Whenever the series would pop on my TV screen and the Frieza arc would end, I'd eagerly await the return of Goku in his little space pod.
Another
Me
Red
too! Time and again, get faked out by this weird zombie vampire mini arc featuring Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo. Truth be told, the concept behind this little story isn't all that bad and actually has a few scenes that I remember vividly, like the gang turning into weird vampire zombies by the Blackwater Mist and of course, Kami and Popo running in the depths of the Lookout. It adds a bit of color and fun to the world of the Lookout too, but to be honest, that's where my compliments end. It's at the end of the day a needless detour with no consequence for the main plot and adds nothing of serious value. The action is lacking Toriyama's touch and overall was never a story I wanted to revisit in this series. This is our first C2.
Yasmin Queen. Yas Queen.
And now we're on to what everyone's been waiting for, the Cell arc. Now we're back to cooking with gas. With the Cell arc comprising everything concerning Frieza's surprise return with Trunks' reveal, the android's material, and of course the big green handsome man of the hour, Cell. This arc is pretty nuts, and not always in the best of ways, but boy does it introduce some imagination capturing mechanics and stick a landing so incredible we are still talking about it all these years later. For me, I look at this more like an epilogue to what was, in my opinion, the greatest stretch in the original run. From the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai all the way to Cell, you have for yourself this brilliant story of how Goku assumed responsibility for Earth, all the while learning that not everyone can be reasoned with. Furthermore, Goku's son gets introduced during the Saiyan arc, and within that epic conclusion to this arc against Cell, we get a thrilling and immensely satisfying conclusion to that story also. It does have some really obvious issues that I have to draw attention to for the sake of honesty though. The fact Toriyama had editors in his ear telling him that the main arc villains weren't good enough is clear for all to see. As we shift focus from Jiroa 19 to 17 and 18, and eventually to Cell, who cycles through a bunch of different forms before landing on one they all want. It can be a little distracting, but getting to see the unveiling of Trunks, the return of Goku, and Vegeta, and as I mentioned, that awesome conclusion during the Cell games, it more than makes up for those shortcomings narratively. It's not God tier for me, but it's definitely the top of S tier. It's a terrific arc. And now we're moving on to the final arc of Z, the Boo arc. What? Now I bet everyone is waiting for me to tear this arc a new one, but to be honest, I don't hate this arc. I just think it's the weakest of Z's run. I made a video discussing this arc's shortcomings before, so if you want to take a look at that video, you can. But Truth be told, despite the arc having a lot of weird padding for lack of a better term, it's filled with so many iconic mechanics and stuff from the series that have lasted the test of time, it's difficult to hate it too much. Super Saiyan 3 is awesome, and who wouldn't get that satisfying feeling watching Vegito do what
Joe-san, Joestar, and Joer
It's
Joestar.
empowerment fantasy
Okay.
in the best of ways.
Everybody
Also,
calm down.
When I was a kid, I will admit I totally tried to do that thing Gohan told Videl to do with her chi so that she could fly. Yeah, okay, I was that kid that believed he could fly, and you know what else? I also tried to do the Kamehameha. My childhood was awesome. Jokes aside though, when I was playing sports growing up, and I needed a small boost, Kaioken really did do the trick. And I even tried revisiting that little mental trick a few months ago when I ran my very first marathon in June. And it
Have you
did
played
give
this
me a
Super Auto
boost at
Pets
mile
since,
20, though I did pay for it later. Totally
they
true
added
to the
a bunch of
Kaioken
stuff?
mechanic, what can I say?
Not
While
since
the
we
arc itself
played.
does suffer from a
Apparently
major
they have
course
hard
correction
mode
and
now.
a lack of direction during
Okay, well I'm bad at
the
easy modes,
it also
so
the most
What are we talking about?
emotional and epic clash
Super Auto
Super Auto
Pets.
Pets.
Sap.
There's like
What's-
there's like, well, first of all you have 5 lives. And then like
in the series too.
there's
I don't think it's as good as all the
curses
other
that you
ones,
can
but it's
pick
definitely not the
every
worst
level.
from the original
Oh,
series.
interesting.
I'll give this one an A.
Yeah.
And that brings us
Oh,
to the
why
end of the
there a
original
cat?
series
Okay.
and to the end of me being
Yeah, it's like slice and
amazingly
dice.
happy. It's time to dive into
I
the
still haven't
misery
played that.
as we enter the post-OG series material with 1996's
it's not on
Dragon
Steam.
Ball
so...
GT.
Oh, it's on itch.
The GT stands for good television. Just kidding. Just kidding. It doesn't. It stands for garbage TV. I lied. The Black Star Dragon Ball arc. F tier. Please refer to my review I made a few years ago. My opinion hasn't really changed. Only sadness and hatred remains. And look, I think, or at least I hope, that a lot of you out there at this point can appreciate that on some level, perhaps differently from you, I adored this story. I love Dragon Ball. I love how it's made me feel throughout my life, and heck, a minute ago I even admitted to channeling the power of the Kaioken in the middle of a distance race when I was 30 years old. But I think it's because this story means so much to me that when I see it go so far away from what I loved about it, I can't help but react in a, let's say, a displeased manner concerning what I've just seen. Enter the Black Star Dragon Ball arc. Many of you, if you're from America, might not have even seen this arc because it was cut and all of you guys basically got the start from the baby arc instead. A much better arc than this. I wrote a comprehensive review of my first time watching this series in completion, and this arc in particular was worse than I remembered. Instead of building off of the material Dragon Ball had left us with in the original series, it violently changed the tone of the narrative without any transitional period, creating scenarios with no through line anyone over the age of 4 could get behind, and more often than not left me wanting and yearning for a story I'd ultimately never receive. Keeping also in mind that much like the original series, I too grew up with this show. So this isn't the case of me being cynical in my older age either. Overall, this arc is just a mess, aimless in its direction, and offered absolutely nothing I could latch onto and enjoy personally. By far the worst arc on this list. It does have a great theme song though, but that alone cannot save it from my wrath here. Time to dust off F tier, truly awful. The baby arc. Okay, this arc wasn't awful. Not even close to being awful really, and honestly, was the arc Goku and the gang should have opened with in this new series. I'm definitely not the first person to mention this, but there are some truly interesting and exciting ideas and concepts at play here. And I'm not talking about Super Saiyan 4. The idea of creating a physical manifestation of the Saiyans' hatred and chaos in the likes of the parasitic life form known as Baby offers not just interesting visual possibilities and hijinks with tension built in, but it has something the arc prior didn't. A through line that connects it to the earlier material. Thematically, I love the idea of Baby being created to get revenge for what the Saiyans did, only to become what it was designed to destroy. A monster attacking a new world. It's a simple idea, but a powerful one, and it's easily the arc's strongest aspect, I think. Furthermore, I love what this arc did for Goten. When I first saw this, I legitimately laughed out loud. It's such a fun idea for the character to give him this lady killer persona. However, I do have issues with this arc too. The first half of the story is interesting, watching as Baby infiltrates the gang's group. However, once that point passes and the main set pieces fall into place, the narrative doesn't feel like it has much else to offer and sort of meanders a bit until the fight at the end. The interesting
Alright, let's Google Hunter Training. Level 43 to 60. Falconry. Catch spotted kebbits. What's a kebbit? Oi, what's a kebbit then? It's a rabbit. Okay. Alright, there's my seaweed. So now, how do I do this? Go to Piscator's Falconry area and rent a falcon for 500 coins.
Falco punch!
I'll punch your falcon. I don't even know what that means. Alright, I need to have my hands and ring free. Or no, not my rings. I can keep my ring. That's fine. Hands free. So we deposit this. Do we have a Piscatorus teleport? Is that one of the ones we got? No. Okay, so we do need to grab our stave. And teleport to our house. AKQ. Hello there. Get him, boy. This isn't too bad. Oops. Worst part is I haven't cleaned up my inventory. Murder that bunny. Murder that bunny. Murder that bunny. Murder that bunny. Murder him. Oh, my inventory's full, frick. I think that's the setting I want. Yeah, that's much better.
Much better.
Matt, you're single-handedly depopulating the world of Kebits. How many levels did I actually need? 5. Get him! Murder this rabbit. Talon is single-handedly responsible for this rabbit genocide.
How dare you, Talon?
He told me to do it.
You're welcome.
He whispered it in my ear. He said, kill these rabbits, make them pay. $54. Inventory is full. What's my XP rate? Oh, it is really high. Hello? I'm genociding this poor wildlife. I'm just dropping their carcasses on the ground. I'm no conservationist. Sandwiches, you, No, I don't want a sandwich, lady. Go away.
Fights that interwove narrative tension are replaced by just plain old fighting that honestly feels more like an obligation than a tangible part of the narrative, and has an ending with a giant golden monkey fight that I genuinely did not enjoy even in the slightest. Baby has its problems for me, but I will say that it has more good than bad and is comfortably the best arc in Dragon Ball GT for me. Overall, I think I'll give this one a B for Baby. Super Android 17 arc. One step forward with Baby, and now 20 steps back with Super Android 17. God, I did not like this arc when I watched it last. And I still don't. This has one of the loosest excuses for a story I've ever seen. The plot is cobbled together by tenuous at best plot elements, and at worst, totally nonsensical choices. The fighting is immeasurably boring, and I couldn't care less about the main villain either if I tried. It's cool that Piccolo is in this, but even with that, this still manages to suck beyond belief. Its only saving grace is that it's short. So, its biggest upside, for me at least, is that it ends faster than the other arcs. Brilliant! I'm not spending more time on this than I need to. F tier, moving on. The Shadow Dragons arc. The final arc of Dragon Ball GT's one-year run, capping things off in 1997 with its Shadow Dragons arc. An arc that, again, everyone might say has an interesting plot concept, and it does. However, the execution manages to turn that into something much more boring than it otherwise has any right to be. I will, however, say that while it is boring in many aspects, it does have some upsides. The Spirit Bomb Goku charges at the end is awesome and up there with the best Spirit Bombs in the series. It offers some of the most memorable Dragon Ball GT action, despite that not meaning much in hindsight, and it has, by far, its greatest achievement, an ending deserving of Dragon Ball. That will always bring a tear to my eye. But, and this is a massive badonkadonk, the ending to Dragon Ball GT doesn't really have much to do with the arc itself. In theory, the gang have over-relied on the Dragon Balls all throughout the series, and so if you tack this ending onto the end of any of the other arcs from the past, it works just as well as it does at the end of this one. It, for that reason, feels disconnected in many ways, and it also feels strange to consider it part of the Shadow Dragons arc for me. Good as it is, it feels like an ending that was conceived of independent of the arc itself, and to be honest, given it has little connective tissue to the main story, I think that very well could be the case. As an arc, as a story, the Shadow Dragon's arc is interesting and far less bad than the likes of the Black Star Dragon Balls and Super Android 17, but it's still nowhere near good in terms of storytelling for me personally. With that said, I'm going to slot this Shadow Dragon's arc into D tier. And with that, it's time for a time skip. Not in the narrative of the story though, but in real life. Remember that? Remember real life? Me neither. Time for Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Super, kicking off right after the release of the impressively mediocre Resurrection F film, the powers that be behind Dragon Ball Super's creation saw fit to recap not one, but 2 films in significantly lower quality with little to no extra content worth exploring. Let's see how I thought that went. The Battle of Gods arc. I don't think a single show has given me more whiplash than this right here. When I heard that Dragon Ball was returning for the very first time since I was a little kid, I legit got chills, I'm sure, like many of you, and readied my body for the awesomeness I was anticipating to commence. When I found out that they were recapping a film that came out 2 years prior, I was disappointed, and then I saw this face. Yeah. That became the face of Dragon Ball Super for me. I was destroyed. And look, it's not like there's anything necessarily wrong with this story, but there's nothing really in this arc that's done better than the film itself. I suppose I liked in theory the notion of extending the fights to match the runtimes of the Z fights, but there was nothing of substance really added. There's an entire episode where Goku and Beerus literally threaten to punch the universe in half, and it's by far one of the dumbest things I think I've ever seen in this show, and I've seen some dumb things in this show. Overall, I'm flirting with the idea of putting this in C tier, but the animation is just so bad I have to put it into D tier. The Resurrection F arc. Resurrection F, on the other hand, was a film I thought left a lot to be desired. However, what they did add to this, while it's better than what Battle of Gods offered, nothing new, outside of Goku and Vegeta's training episode, which I still like, this is still a massive step backwards in every conceivable way. Managing to make a film I already didn't like even worse by tanking the animation more than I had ever seen in the prior arc, while also being in and of itself a pointless retread. It's worse than Battle of Gods, but I'm still D tier. The Universe 6 Tournament arc. I was hyped to see this arc. I was hyped to finally see some new stuff from Dragon Ball that wasn't a retread of the older films. The ending itself is flashy and fun, but I'm gonna call a spade here, and this might be controversial, but I thought this arc was boring. With that said, however, it is still nowhere near as bad as the prior 2 arcs and offered up something new at the very least for us to enjoy. I like some of the fights, or well, I should say I enjoyed part of some of the fights. I like the theme behind Vegeta vs. Kaba, although the action felt a bit limited. I liked the Super Saiyan transformation part of Goku vs. Frost, and I liked Goku vs. Hit. I think my favorite part of this was, funnily enough, not the Kaioken, though I did like that a lot. But I found myself having more fun with Goku finding his footing against Hit himself in the early stages of the contest. There's a lot of fights in this, but overall I think it's the weakest tournament arc in all of Dragon Ball. It's not bad, but it's not great either. It's a really middle-of-the-pack type arc, so I think I'm going to put it in C tier. The Jelly Vegeta arc.
Come on! God damn it! You got me shitting me!
Wait! I forgot the Otherworld tournament. I forgot to include that in this video. Okay. If you're counting that as a tournament arc, that's worse than this one. So if I'm putting this in C tier, I'll put the Otherworld tournament in D tier? Yeah, I didn't like that tournament. Speaking of not great, let's talk about the disaster that was Jelly Vegeta. Truth be told, I know that's not the name of this arc, but it's the one that literally everyone online uses, and so for the purposes of this video, and fuck it, henceforward, that's the official name I hereby decree. The arc itself is super short, feels totally pointless, and feels like it incorporates the likes of Goten and Trunks more out of pity than any other reason. They're just not using the story. Much the same way I included Garlic Jr. for the lulz, I'm throwing this one down in F tier because I found it so annoying to endure. I will say though that Brian Drummond coming back as the voice of Jelita was a really nice touch in the English dub, so there's that.
I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm blacker than black, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm blickety black, blacker than black, I'm blacker than black, yo, because I'm black, and I'm...
You know what's funny about Dragon Ball Super? It started off in the worst of ways, but managed to crawl back from the abyss and deliver a better arc each and every time it released one. Think about it. The first 2 arcs were AIDS, the Universe 6 arc was okay, if not boring, and now we have Goku Black, otherwise known as the Future Trunks arc. Not bad! A train wreck of an ending, but otherwise not bad. Well, that's perhaps being a little too generous. I've gone on the record and stated numerous times that this arc feels like there's a lot of padding, and that more importantly, the logic of the mechanics in this story don't actually make any sense when you sit down and think about it. And the writers knew that, I think. Aside from having the worst ending in the series, I think there's a lot to like about this arc, and it managed to deliver one of the most iconic characters to stem from Super's 3-year run, Goku Black himself. Furthermore, there are interesting conversations on topics that are being contended with here between right and wrong, moral superiority, and different ethical dilemmas, many of which are glossed over and not dealt with, but while we're flirting with answering these questions in the middle of the story, it's interesting at the very least. The action in this is easily the best in the series thus far, and even managed to bring some fans back that otherwise gave up on the show after Animation Gate in 2015. Choosing where to place this is difficult, but at the end of the day, I think it's better than Universe 6 by a wide margin, but nowhere near as good as the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai, so I guess plopping it in B tier is acceptable for me. The Universe Survival Arc. For those curious, by the way, of my comprehensive thoughts concerning this arc as well as all the other Super arcs, I made a series a couple of years ago where I go through everything, and my feelings are pretty much the same now as they were back then, so check it out if you're curious. With that said, I probably will sound a lot more positive in those reviews than I do here, where I'm comparing everything from Super to the very best from the original run. And with that out of the way, let's talk about the anime's conclusion with the Universe Survival Arc and the Tournament of Power itself. Some people love this, some people hate this arc with a burning hot passion. Personally, I find myself landing close to the middle, maybe leaning a bit more to the side of enjoying it. All things being equal though, I think this arc is much better than Goku Black. However, I think Goku Black is a much better antagonist when compared to the likes of Jiren. And before I hear in the comments, oh, Jiren wasn't an antagonist. Yes, he was. An antagonist is someone that serves to stand in the way, obstruct, or otherwise antagonize our point of view characters. He isn't a villain, that is true, but that is also fundamentally different to an antagonist. An antagonist, which Jiren is supposed to be in this. Aside from that, this arc suffers from a lot of issues, not the least of which being its length. With so many fights involved, this is a slog to get through. I mean, I don't think anyone thought Tien was going to win this tournament, and waiting for him to get eliminated was a slog if ever I did see one. Not to mention a terrible episode and elimination that he ultimately received in the end. With that said, however, when an episode hits, it absolutely annihilated. I think if I made a list of my top 20 favorite Dragon Ball Super episodes, 18 or 19 of them would come straight from this very long arc, with my number one favorite episode being episode 131. Handled by the now household name of Megumi Ishitani, who would later go on to do amazing things with One Piece, episode 131 of Super is breathtaking in all of the best ways, both narratively and visually, thanks to the likes of Yuya Takahashi, contributing one of the coolest moments in the series through Frieza and Goku's team-up. Despite Frieza's recruitment early on being amazing and major story beats in the plot being solid, the arc itself has a lot of padding, moves at glacial pace, and Jiren sucks beyond belief. Vegeta repeats character moments he had in Z time and again, and overall, there are great moments but equally disappointing ones and flaccid moments to boot. I think due to that, I'll give this one a B tier too, but top of B tier. Better than Goku Black in my opinion. And to be honest, I think if we cut this arc down by maybe 35%, this arc would get a much better ranking in this list. The Moro arc. If I'm being perfectly honest, I wasn't sure if I should even include the Moro arc from the manga, as the manga itself feels like an entirely different story for a multitude of reasons. I mean, the Universe Survival arc is so different from the anime in the manga that I'd put the manga version of the events into D tier if I could. So that will tell you just how different these two versions of the story really are. With that said, however, I do want to include this as
55 Hunter
story, and it is an arc. I felt weird about the Moro arc, however, while I was reading it month to month. Because of the way the manga is laid out and the way the action doesn't really do anything, when you're caught waiting for a particular fight to end for 3 months at a time, you tend to lose interest really fast and almost forget certain plot beats. However, for a binging experience with this arc being completely done and being able to read it from start to finish in one go, this arc was a lot of fun, offered Vegeta a nice piece of character development, which is more than I can say for pretty much all of Dragon Ball Super, and we got to go back to Namek for a bit, which is always good. Again, like the other parts of this video, I wrote a full review of this arc a couple of years back when it concluded, and to be honest, it holds up really well. It's not as good as the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai, but it is worthy of being an A tier entry, I think, at least for now. Maybe below or around the Buu arc. And that should do it. I'm not going to cover the Granola arc seeing as it hasn't finished yet, and I'm not caught up on it either. I do plan on reviewing it someday soon though, it's just got to end first. But yeah, That's my tier list. Let me know how stupid or wrong you think I am in the comments down below, and don't forget to scream at me on Twitter. If I don't get at least 50 people screaming at me in my mentions, I sometimes worry that Twitter has gone down or broke or something. I love you all. One Piece review next week, and then the world. I've been Toy.Mark. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you all next week.
Can I turn off item overlays? That would be really helpful right now. I bet I can. There we go. It's called ground items. Need to know that to turn it back on. Get back here, you stupid cabbage. I don't know why that took so long to catch.
It is time to make some enemies. A little while ago, a small channel on YouTube called Giga, maybe you've heard of him, made a tier list of every shonen anime. It was a good video and a bold move, and seeing as depending on who's talking, I either know a lot or nothing about Dragon Ball, a video where I rank every single Dragon Ball movie could be interesting if nothing else.
Quality content.
For context, I've been a fan of Dragon Ball since I was 8 years old, and I've been covering it professionally for about 6 years. However, I didn't watch these films when I was a child, and so as a result, these films were all digested around a similar point in time, except for one or two obvious exceptions, which we will definitely be getting into. If you don't know how this works for some reason, S tier is the best of the best, and the lower the film is in the tier list, the worse the film is, in my opinion. And, just so we're clear, these opinions are all objective measures of your beloved childhood favorites, and any difference between this list and your own should be seen as a personal attack against both you and your family. With that said, let's dive in. Dragon Ball Curse of the Blood Rubies, 1986. First up on the chopping block is Curse of the Blood Rubies, or The Legend of Shenlong if you're looking at the subbed version. And while it doesn't even approach how awful some of these later films are, it's still not really a good watch. Because most of these early films were engineered to be shown off at anime fairs and festivals to demonstrate the underlying themes and story beats of the anime and manga, many of the films we discuss today will have the task of translating themes and story beats, as I mentioned, from the series into story form or movie form. And this one wasn't a good adaptation. This one pretty much just recaps the Pilaf saga with minor changes to the villain at the end, and generally had production values that were about on par with the existing TV show at the time. It feels rushed, haphazardly cramming plot points into a short runtime, all the while telling us the story we all know and love in much worse fashion. I'm going to put this one tentatively in the D category. It's not quite good enough to be a C. We're starting at the bottom with a D because Dragon Ball always gets that D. Next one up, Dragon Ball Sleeping Princess in Devil's Castle, 1987. Sleeping Princess in Devil's Castle is my editor's favorite favorite Dragon Ball movie. Say hi, Editor San. Wonderful. And to be honest, I can see the appeal here. Sleeping Princess is a massive improvement over the first film released only a year prior. And while there are subtle elements taken from the original story, like the setup being Roshi sending Krillin and Goku in search of hot babes for training, the rest of the narrative is entirely new, with interesting looking villains and the simple but effective story of Goku and the gang we all know and love, saving the princess in the Devil's Castle. Oh, and also the humor in this is charming as ever, with Bulma's reaction to that creepy looking old person still cracking me up all these years later. If you're a fan of classic Dragon Ball and haven't seen this one, you should give it a go. All in all, I think I'd give this one a C, but a strong C. Next up is Dragon Ball Mystical Adventure from 1988. This is the final of the 3 original Dragon Ball films released, and in my prior reviews of these films, I never formally reviewed this one for some reason. So I'm going to do it now because, wow, this one really impressed me, and once again was a massive step up from the previous film, I think. Naturally, as mentioned previously, these films are required to act as advertisements for the ongoing show and manga, and what makes this film interesting is the difficult situation it was in. You see, the prior 2 films between them covered about 1 and a bit arcs of the manga, and at the point of this film's release, the anime was already dealing with the Demon King Piccolo stuff, which meant that this movie had to, in the story, take elements from Goku and Krillin's training, the Tenkaichi Budokai, the Red Ribbon Army saga, Tenshinhan and Chaozu's portion of the story, as well as introduce and incorporate characters such as Tao Pai Pai and many others. And by the way, all within a short 46-minute runtime. And it knocks it out of the damn park! Instead of trying to cram all of these disconnected plot elements together haphazardly like Blood Rubies did, or going off and telling its own story without covering the anime material like Princess in Devil's Castle did, Mystical Adventure somehow manages to do the impossible and finds a happy medium between these two philosophies. Instead, creating their own unique story, utilizing all of these aforementioned plot elements in natural and creative ways to propel the story forward. This is an utterly staggering effort to say the least. In Mystical Adventure, Chaozu is the emperor who has lost his love. Tsuru Senin is a corrupt advisor. There's a tournament in the area, and its opening credits take care of the one major plot point I really didn't know how they would incorporate: the training with Roshi. I wasn't looking forward to revisiting this film, and out of every movie on this list, this one surprised me the most. Based entirely on how impressed I was with what it was able to achieve given its circumstances, I'm gonna give this film a B. It's the best movie so far. Now, onwards to Dragon Ball Z's first film, Dead Zone, 1989. I'm going to try to pick up the pace here because we've got like 12 Dragon Ball Z movies to get through, and I don't expect you to sit and watch me moan about Bio Broly for 2 hours, so let's do this. Dead Zone is a weird movie. I'm happy to see that a lot of the principles behind what made prior films work are present in this one also. Focusing on adapting the themes and plot elements of the initial Raditz encounter, Garlic Jr. steps in for Raditz, kidnaps Gohan, and ultimately fights the then unlikely team of Goku and Piccolo. Presented in an entirely new story to boot, which I appreciated. The designs of the characters are sinister and fun, with some wonderful artwork that might look familiar to those that enjoyed the English OP of the series back in the day. Hashtag 90s kids. However, while this film has all of that working in its favor, it unfortunately kinda sucks in its execution in trying these elements together. Garlic Jr. wants the Dragon Balls, but instead of taking the Dragon Ball away from Gohan, they just take Gohan. A completely irrational decision that obviously will lead to hijinks that propels the plot forward, totally unbelievable, and one that occurs so that the story itself can move forward. It just feels kinda lazy, and with a plot that doesn't have a lot of elements to tie together in the first place, this is emphasized all the more in my opinion. It has all the makings of a great film with some terrific action and characterization, but failed in its execution, placing it firmly in the C tier. Next up is Dragon Ball Z, The World's Strongest from 1990. As mentioned earlier in the video, I pointed out that the Dragon Ball films weren't covering enough material per film to remain consistent and up to date with the series at large, and so, therefore, from this point until the end of Dragon Ball Z apparently, Toei Animation would be releasing 2 films per year, starting with Dragon Ball Z's The World's Strongest. Where Dead Zone covered the first half of the Saiyan saga, this one covers the second half, and while Vegeta and Nappa aren't present, a lot of the action and story beats in that section are. Perhaps to a point where it's somewhat distracting. A lot of the final battles take elements and set pieces from Goku's battle with Vegeta, with some of them even being shot-for-shot recreations. However, the artwork and animation here is as iconic as early Dragon Ball gets, with a host of animation cuts that you'll no doubt remember if you watched the series' old intro back on Cartoon Network in the late 90s and early 2000s.
Hashtag 90s kids.
The film's strongest moments are in the first half for me, when Roshi and Bulma are kidnapped and Goku has to find his way into the base to make the save. There's a tremendous amount of character in this film that really speaks to the writer's involvement and understanding of these characters. I just would have liked if the final battle didn't feel as derivative as it ultimately ends up being. This movie is 1 hour long, and I think it might have been worthy of a higher rank if they had shaved down some of the exposition and created a runtime of about 40 minutes. All in all, right now, for me, it's a C. Could have been a B, but yeah, it's a C. Next up, Dragon Ball Z: The Tree of Might from 1990. Finally, we get to the Vegeta stand-in for the film universe, or so to speak. Turles is effectively Goku Black with a gardening obsession. Well, okay, no, maybe no, okay. The film itself is quite solid with some brilliant animation, though. The first 15 minutes or so are quite slow, with Kinkai chiming in every 10 minutes to spew exposition, but other than that, the rest of the film is very enjoyable, with a conclusion that ties in nicely with the villain of the story's mission. The Tree of Might sucking the life force from the Earth only for the Earth's very life energy being used to overcome the enemy is fitting, if not poetic. Turles himself is a fun villain, and as I mentioned, the animation is some of the best early Dragon Ball has to offer once again. This is a unique story and covers the themes of the Saiyan arc nicely. And what's more is that this one also has a nice environmental message unique to itself. Not bad for 1990. It's not really exceptional enough to get into the A tier, but it's a strong contender in the B category. B tier for this one.
Where's my kibitz? Where's my kibitz?
Today's video is brought to you by our longtime partners over at Manscaped.com. They've been great supporters of this channel for a while now, and I've spoken at length about their performance package bundle in the past. It really is the best head-to-toe grooming kit I've encountered, and their Lawnmower 4.0 is the star of the package with its wonderful LED light and skin-safe tech. The Crop Preserver Ball deodorant is also a pretty great part of the package, particularly in these hot months where keeping cool and smelling great all day is pretty damn important. But what's also essential is the follow-through. Manscaped have released a new collection of their anti-chafing high-performance boxer briefs. These bad boys feature a fancy new dual pouch design, a good old bit of roomy space for your dangly bits to breathe thanks to the perforated performance fabric. They're also now in more than 6 colors combined. There's a simple all-black pack, or the classy gray or pinstripe design. Heck, there's even this gold nugget craziness if you want to go all out. It's entirely up to you. I mean, I'm not your mom. Whatever you choose, Manscaped offers the option to select single units or save money with their 3-pack options. They're great, and if you go to manscaped.com today and use coupon code NOTMARK20 at checkout, you'll get 20% off plus free international shipping. That's NOTMARK20 at manscaped.com. Your balls will thank you. Next up, the Slug movie, Dragon Ball Z Lord Slug 1991. Ah yes, the film that revealed the Super Saiyan form to the world. Sort of. Much the same way the other films did, this one adapts material from the manga, specifically the Namek portion from the Ginyu fight with Goku showing up all the way to the eventual reveal of the Super Saiyan form itself. Only it didn't exactly work out the way they wanted it to. Released just 10 days before the reveal of Super Saiyan in the manga, this film was basically working off design instructions from Toriyama himself that he would later further change for practical reasons. Apparently, he had already decided on the hair going up, but had yet to decide on removing the black from the hair. Whether you like the way this looks or not, it's kind of interesting to see that Super Saiyan could have looked like this had Toriyama decided to keep it consistent with Kaioken, just with a golden aura and a different hair shape. However, despite this film having some cool action sequences with Goku fighting an oversized Lord Slug, the film kinda sucks. There isn't any emotional resonance in this film, and the only discernible narrative connective tissue comes by way of Gohan's super annoying whistling, facilitating the defeat of Lord Slug himself. It's not very interesting. For me, this is honestly a D tier movie. Dragon Ball Z Cooler's Revenge 1991. This movie definitely has interesting ideas, okay? It does, okay? Taking elements from the cat and mouse games of the Namek saga with Gohan and Krillin needing to hide their power levels, this film sees these very characters buy time for Goku, who's in critical condition once again in this film. Another aspect taken from the Namek material, unfortunately. The action is also pretty great. My favorite part has to be this section where Piccolo dukes it out with one of the henchmen of Cooler in the forest, sporting some really nice animation. Unfortunately, however, the main villain itself isn't very interesting at all in Cooler. Where I loved Frieza, Cooler I found to be excessively boring by comparison, with the eventual fight that takes place between Goku and Cooler filled to the brim with shots and sequences taken straight out of that very fight with Frieza, not helping the comparisons themselves. I'm also not the biggest fan of Goku's characterization in this movie. He's depicted as this sort of paragon of hope and life in the world, literally resurrecting a bird from the dead. He's like this ethereal, almost divine-like figure at times in this movie, particularly towards the end. Overall, the film has its upsides for sure, but not enough to make me want to come back to this anytime soon. All in all, I'd put this one firmly in the C tier. Next up, Dragon Ball Z, The Return of Cooler, 1992. This is where I think I'm going to potentially start making some enemies. I didn't think Cooler was interesting before, and certainly that sentiment did not change in this film. For the vast majority of the runtime, the secondary cast feels utterly pointless. Vegeta showing up out of nowhere is cool, but it makes virtually no sense whatsoever, and I don't like the climax to this film really at all. But with that said, this scene where Goku and Vegeta fend off an army of Coolers is one of the best shots out of any of these films for me. It's such a cool visual, and one I am sure Toyotaro took inspiration from when he was drawing this climax to the end of the Black Arc in the Dragon Ball Super manga. If you're a fan of Goku and Vegeta's banter with a heavy emphasis on mindless action, this is the film for you, but I do like to have a little bit more of a story behind it, so this one just feels too flimsy for me. If it wasn't for my love for that team-up scene with Vegeta and Goku, I'd give this one a firm D, but it sits nicely towards the end of the C tier for now. Next up, Dragon Ball Z, Super Android
13
1992. I don't like this movie.
is what I would say if...
Okay, just kidding. I really do hate this movie. It also doesn't help that this film is about as formulaic as it gets. It's got a cold open with the gang doing random things, and suddenly bad guys show up. They fight for almost the entire runtime before Goku pulls a win out of his butt miraculously at the end. I think my favorite part of this film is the reanimated segments of the actual manga material, a la Android 17 killing Dr. Gero towards the beginning. And now look, people watch Dragon Ball for a host of different reasons, and I could very well imagine a world where one person goes into this movie and loves it while another won't. For me, I really enjoy when a good story is told, and unfortunately this film just doesn't do that whatsoever. It has virtually nothing to say beyond a few screams and a whole lot of punching in the dick. The flaws with this approach become clear as day 2 at the end, when due to the lack of any emotional resonance in the story, the film's climax comes out of nowhere in an unceremonious and, in my opinion, deeply unsatisfying and cliche way. With that taken into consideration, Super Android 13 is a solid D tier entry for me. And I wonder if the next one will be just like that. Dragon Ball Z Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan from 1993. Believe it or not, because I never watched these films growing up, Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, was first introduced to me through the wonderful and endlessly talented Team 4-Star abridged version. And I love that, so I figured I would hate the original, seeing as everyone online back in the day would consistently moan about how much of a meme the Broly movies had become. But to be honest, when I first saw this, I was pleasantly surprised. Although not without its issues, Broly the Legendary Super Saiyan is full of personality and character, at least when it comes to a few main characters. When it came to Broly and somewhat with Paragus, I felt as though their personalities were secondary and their motivations totally unimportant, if not pathetic. It's been said a million times over, but Goku crying in the nursery is a lame motivation for them to fight. With all of that said, the action was awesome, with some wonderful designs courtesy of Tadayoshi Yamamura, who would go on to lead the way with Dragon Ball Super, with, ironically enough, Dragon Ball Super Broly of all films being the first major project he wasn't involved with. This film isn't revolutionary by any means or anything approaching that, but I can see why some people love it. It's got some strong dudes with big numbers, and I think it does that pretty well. It nicely fits at the end of B tier form. Next up, Dragon Ball Z, BoJack Unbound. Okay, look. I know this film is popular with those of you that like Gohan, and to be honest, I too like seeing Gohan.
What the fuck are unidentifiable
But
seeds?
this film stands as a
Can't
monument
identify them.
on how not to write Gohan as a character.
I don't know, where the frick did you
And
get
think
one?
that's
I have no idea, they
what
just
this
appeared in my
movie is for.
inventory.
Going into this, the first time I watched, I thought it was going to be a
Google it.
Gohan movie, and it is.
Oh, they might be a relic
It's
thing?
a surprisingly large part of
Fast
the
acting
game.
Allegan
Shows us
catalysts
halfway
and
through
crystal
the feature
sand for the
when
relic
his
quests.
characterization and
Yeah.
backstory aren't shown to us, but
Okay.
instead exposition dumped onto us.
But you
through
shouldn't
PewDiePie rambling
need the
on
seeds for
on
that.
and
Use
on.
like a small
Just
amount of
buy.
crafter
Up
script.
until this point, Gohan was a passive
We'll see.
character that sort
Okay.
of let the plot happen to him. He would be reacting to things. He's reactionary. This is fine that the story is built around that, but this movie wasn't, and it felt like Gohan was just sort of tagged in at the end to facilitate an ending with the big fight, which was fun and had some cool environments to fight in, but I think for me, this film just did Gohan a massive disservice. I think the animation looks great, but I'm just not a big fan of this one, guys, particularly the ending where Goku literally comes back from the dead through the sheer will of wanting to, or Deus Ex Machina if you're so bold, to make the save on Gohan. It's not as bad as some of the others, but it's definitely not a good film in my estimation. I think I'll be giving this one a strong C. Dragon Ball Z Broly, Second Coming. Oh boy, here we go. Broly's Second Coming has the single worst opening I've ever seen in any film. And with these films, that's saying something. So, in order for this film to happen, a series of utterly insane coincidences have to occur. Firstly, Broly, having been punched by Goku, is now flying through space and lands coincidentally on Earth of all places, covered in ice or crystal that for some reason doesn't strip him of the air he needs to survive. Also, by coincidence, Goten, Trunks, and Videl find themselves standing right above Broly at this moment in time, and during that brief period, Goten utters the only noise he would need to wake up him in the first place. That, my friends, is the level of coincidence we're talking about, and it's absolutely ridiculous. And then Videl decides to dodge one of Broly's attacks. Apparently she can do that. However, those that love this film do not care about all of that and likely will only remember this awesome fight sequence with Gohan and the eventual family Kamehameha, which, you know, they're great moments, and to be fair, are the best parts of this movie. However, when you compare it to the first one, you can tell that the writing and care for the story aspects of this one have waned considerably. I mean, the shenanigans with the dragon helping Goku out at the end to just show up is one of the dumbest and most convenient things I've ever seen committed to the pages of any Dragon Ball script. But all in all, this movie is dumb, and to be honest, either belongs on the border between D tier and C tier. I don't know. Editor stand, flip a coin, and you can put it wherever you want. This next one, though, I'm putting this one firmly in the D category, and I'm telling you that right on the outset. This is Dragon Ball Z Bio Broly. I was very mean towards Bio Broly in my review of it a few years ago, so let's start out with some of the pros of this film. Unlike 99% of the other films in this video, the focus isn't on Goku and Vegeta, which, depending on your preference, could be seen as a positive, and instead focuses on the trio of Goten, Trunks, and surprisingly, you know, Android 18. That's great. Furthermore, the plot is linked nicely to a canon event in the story wherein Android 18 is collecting the money from Mr. Satan for throwing the tournament during the Buu Saga. It's got some relatively strong artwork and... what else? Positive.
So how does it
It's
feel to
only
move from
46 minutes
bullying
long,
rabbits
so
in the
you don't
field
have
to
to wait
netting
long.
hawks in the field?
I don't know.
No, I'm
Okay,
still
look,
bullying
the movie
rabbits in
is
the
about
field.
as
I'm
bad as
using
its
the hawk
reputation
to
suggests.
bully rabbits.
Oh.
Minor upsides that I
I haven't
mentioned,
changed
Broly
anything.
ambling around like a dung-covered Sasquatch. The
I thought you were
atrocious
throwing a
pacing,
net
the
at
lack of
hawks as
any
they flew
meaningful
by.
Story, and
Nope.
the fact that it's just so damn boring stands as an unstoppable force in the face of those small upsides I pointed out earlier. There's not really much else to say other
Caca!
than that the definition
me.
of a D-tier movie is this film, unfortunately. This next one, though, not so much. Dragon Ball Z Fusion Reborn 1995. I think
Remember when I
Fusion Reborn
asked
is
what
often cited as the best of the
unidentifiable
original
seeds
movies,
were? I
or
literally just
at
bought
least
them.
that's the impression I got from the community around that time.
I didn't realize
Which
what
is
they were.
hilarious
They
when I
just appeared in my
consider
inventory,
this is a
but that's
film where
because I
Goten and
clicked
Trunks
buy.
fight Hitler resurrected from the dead, while Goku and
The
Vegeta
frick?
fix the plumbing in Otherworld. And to tell you the truth, this is easily the
I
most
just
rewatchable
follow
form.
directions,
It's not
so
super
don't
long,
bother
has a
me.
very simple plot with a setup
Don't
and
mind
a
me, I mean.
resolution, would you believe, and has some of the best animation in the early Dragon Ball films, and arguably much of the series. Janemba's design is cool, and while taking inspiration from Majin Buu, has a moveset unique to himself that remains as iconic part of the franchise to this day, with Super Dragon Ball heroes even making use of him from time to time these days. With that said, he's got no personality at all, and that would matter if not for the fact that I thoroughly enjoyed the banter between Goku and Vegeta in this film. It's easily the highlight for me. There's not really much else to this film, and for that I can't really give it an S tier ranking, but I'm comfortable to give it an A tier. It's never disappointed me, and its action is as breathtaking in 2022 as it was in 1995. This next one, though, I think has a better story. Dragon Ball Z: Wrath of the Dragon. This was the single most disappointing film I've seen in this long list of films. And not because I didn't like it, I loved the movie. Not just for its breathtaking visuals, not just for the incredible score, but for its emotionally rich and uniquely dark narrative beats. The relationship Tapion shares with Trunks as a stoic hero from another land dealing with an eager-to-please young talent is a story that's absolutely worth telling and absolutely engaging. And this film does an incredible job of interweaving plot elements from within this film and even hints to other stories with the use of Tapion's blade being handed down to Trunks. The movie is almost perfect. It has everything going for it, up until the last moment where Goku literally comes out of nowhere to totally extinguish the emotional weight of the film for me at the end. He had literally nothing to do with this story, and in the end is the one to take the victory. What is the significance of that decision, I ask you? After having delivered such a competent and engaging story, for it to only fumble the ball so spectacularly at the finale causes a level of frustration and disappointment unrivaled by any other film in this franchise. This would be an easy S tier, but with this terrible ending, I'm tempted to put it into B tier, but I'll acquiesce and settle for an A tier ranking. It's very frustrating. That does it for the Dragon Ball Z films, and on to the next one, which is technically a GT film, but it has nothing to do with GT. It's the GT art team reworking the original Dragon Ball story in Dragon Ball Path to Power 1996. Now, I'm aware that I'm about to give a tremendous amount of praise for a film that straight up condenses a sizable portion of early Dragon Ball into an 80-minute runtime, but I am but a simple human that loves Dragon Ball. And to see this early section of the story get the love and attention it deserves, complete with spectacular animation and art direction, it's enough to make my heart sing. I love this movie. And to be honest, it's one of the only films on this list I've since watched over and over. It captures wonderfully what those early Dragon Ball chapters and arcs were like for me, with some outstanding visuals that grant life not just to the outstanding action sequences, but throughout the film, even in its quieter or more subdued moments. It's not a unique story in the slightest, but it weaves these plot points together seamlessly, and in my opinion, deserves to be in the A tier. Okay, we're going to talk about another officially licensed Dragon Ball film. Dragon Ball Evolution 2009. This is a film that is Dragon Ball in name only. None of the characterization is correct, none of the themes tackled are remotely connected or tied to the original story, and the script of the film itself was panned so harshly online that the writer actually apologized to the online masses, citing that he was, at that point in his career, just in a place that he needed the money. I'm making a new tier for this one below D. I'm gonna call it Tier E. The E isn't for evolution, it's for excretion, because this film is utter shit. And now we finally arrived at the modern Dragon Ball material, and it's time to kick things off in style with 2013's Battle of Gods. Having just created a new rank for the worst Dragon Ball film ever made, we make our way to arguably the best. When the announcement came that Dragon Ball was coming back with a canonical addition to the story in this film, my excitement went through the roof. And when it came out, I was not disappointed. This feels like Dragon Ball in every sense of the word, and more than anything else, also had the benefit of Toriyama's direct involvement. It has some superb animation, spectacular characterization, introduces a host of new characters that become incredibly important moving forward in the story, and expanded the scope of what was possible for Dragon Ball to never before seen heights. It's funny, it's charming, it's action-packed, and it's a wonderful ending. It's everything I want in a Dragon Ball film. Battle of Gods is an easy S-tier film for me. I wish I could say the same for Resurrection F in 2015. Unlike Battle of Gods, I had a lot of problems with this movie, not the least of which was it feeling as though it was retreading over already done material in an effort to make a quick cash grab. Surprisingly, the Super Anime does some brilliant stuff with Frieza later in its run, but this film, not so much. This film is also almost entirely fighting, with the majority of said fighting boring me half to death. Couple that with the ending and you have for yourself a very unsatisfying film. In hindsight, it's way better than whatever the hell that adaptation in Super was, but it's still not nearly as good as Battle of Gods. For me, it's between C and B tier, but I'll put it in B tier for now. Next up, Dragon Ball Super Broly, 2018. Some people love this movie and others not so much. There's a wide range of opinions on this film, but for me, I honestly really liked it. I think it easily has the best soundtrack of any Dragon Ball film that I've seen. It manages to characterize and humanize a character that was lacking in both of those departments desperately, turning him into a truly interesting character. The animation is quite literally the best Dragon Ball has ever seen, and the story has some interesting moments throughout. For me, I love Goku and Vegeta's dynamic, and Frieza is brilliantly devious in this one too. It's also a funny movie. Whilst not utilizing a lot of humor, the pockets or moments it steals away to do something quirky or funny are always enjoyable. I've gone on the record and said that I wasn't a fan of Dragon Ball Minus, but even that material in this film hits in a much more satisfying way than the comic did. Additionally, this movie focuses a lot on action, which, depending on what you want or might be looking for, is a good or a bad thing. For me, I think the action goes on a smidge too long, and I think if they had developed or expanded more beyond the fight itself, it could have made this movie much more enjoyable for me. With that said, I think those are small gripes, and my enjoyment experience while watching this film cannot be understated. I think out of all the Dragon Ball movies, I've watched this one the most. The highs are extremely high, but it does have its flaws in my opinion. I want to put this in S tier, but it just falls short for me. The animation and action is absolutely S tier, but overall I'm thinking of putting this movie maybe at the top of A tier. And finally, that brings us to 2022 with Dragon Ball Super Super Hero. My formal review of this film will eventually come out once the film is released digitally for all of us to see. And so right now I can't make a formal decision on where I would rank it, but I do have friends that have seen the film, and so for the purposes of this review, I have asked them to share with me their thoughts on the film with a rank. And the overall rank reached by these guys was S tier. Although one of them did make sure to point out that it wasn't as good as Battle of Gods, with them having some minor issues with it. However, those issues couldn't have made that much of a difference, as this film still comes away with the S tier ranking. And for that reason, among many others, I'm excited to review this film later this year. And so that's the video, everyone. I hope you all had fun. I think I might do something less controversial next week, like ranking all the One Piece arcs or something. But until then, I've been Totally Not Mark, and thank you all so much for
Any water
watching.
left? Yeah. Water. Life-sustaining water.
Okay, I don't like this step of the black mage weapon. The animal weapon. It's ugly. It's got wings. Black mage weapons are supposed to look cool.
Black mage gives you wings! Black mage gives you wings. Kaka! Kakabit! What, did I say you could miss, Mr. Eagle? No. You're gonna catch that. You're gonna catch
Oh,
that.
I missed.
No missing. You must catch the Cabots. My name is John Cabot, and I'm here to say, catching Cabots is the way. Hello, this guy's here catching my Cabots. Oh no, he's catching different Cabots. That's fine, you're allowed to catch other Cabots, just not mine. Oh, he pieced out. He only needed a few Cabots. Wonder if the dark Cabots do something? Looked up the spotted thing, and you only need 2 to make a cape, which I'm gonna do, but with the black ones too. I think I can start catching them next level. Why does this game not let me catch white kebbits? Freaking racial. The hawk is a metaphor. Cool, you do you, Obs. Disconnect randomly and reconnect. That's fine. What do I watch now? Is Golden streaming another rando yet? Next level is 57, right? Yeah, okay. I feel like I'm in Groundhog's Day. But I'm not, I'm in Kebbit's Day. Does anybody know if the groundhog saw more winter? Because if he didn't, he was a freaking liar. It's still freezing here.
Freeze this.
I'll freeze the Texas power grid. Don't make me do it. I'll do it. I'm Mr. Freeze Meister. Alright, is this the last inventory of Kebbits before... No, I'm gonna need 1.5 more. And then we'll catch the dark Kebbits. Ow, the edge of the Kebbits. Crawling in my Kebbits. These Kebs, they will not bit. Hey, get back, get back. Die. Where did the Kebbits go? Oh my god, I can't click anymore. I can now catch dark Kebbits. What is dark Kebbit freeze for? I'll check that first. Dark Kebbit fur. Is this useful for anything? You can obtain the gloves of silence. That's worthless. catching dirt codes in a minute. This will continue to watch this thing.
We'll go over there and unlock it. I'm gonna have to go through the Slayer Tower here. This is actually gonna be a little.
Alright,
more
I
interesting.
guess
Just need
Dark
to hope that
Kebbits
none of
maybe
them
down
hit me
here.
Don't hit me! Don't hit me! Don't hit me! Please. Okay, we
Ooh,
dodged
this
the
is like
bullet.
30%
Perfect.
more XP.
I was really hoping not to get hit by one of those guys because they would have drained my stats to like half of what they are. Because otherwise, I'd be temporarily doing this task with 35 range, and it would have taken like 30 minutes for my stats to get back to normal. I'm gonna have to prayer flick most of this task. These guys are unfortunately extremely accurate. Even though I have super high magic defense gear, it just doesn't matter. They're gonna hit me no matter what. So the dream item from this task is the lava battle staff. That would be so good to get. I think it's 1 in 1,000 though, so probably not gonna get it. But if I did, that's infinite fire and earth runes in one staff, so I would just be able to completely free up an
What should I
inventory spot. That
spend
would be so good.
crystals on?
52 Slayer. And there's
PvP
the Infernal
crystals?
Mage task completed. That's our big task
nothing?
bonus, so we got 50 points. We're up to
Just get rid of 'em?
190
No, I mean,
Slayer points
you can
after that.
you can buy
Unfortunately,
random
no
garbage,
lava battle staff
ventures,
for us, but
repair
I will
stuff, dark
survive
matter.
somehow. The game plan. I'm gonna go speedrun some easy tasks because
cosmetics,
It's
if
also
you like
not
them.
like you can just get rid of them, so yeah, just go and spend them on whatever.
Slayer, which is not ideal, so I'm gonna go speedrun some tasks, get more
Yeah,
points,
or
and then
don't.
hopefully we can hit
I
both
don't
of
care.
those objectives at the same time.
Oh, the rod that's an eye is kind of cool for Black Mage.
Yeah.
There it is. That's
I think
exactly
so.
what I was looking for. Iron Kite Shield. I needed one for this clue scroll because I really want to complete it. I just need to buy studded chaps now. Spent like 20 minutes there trying to get an Iron Kite Shield and a steel longsword, but it was worth it. Now we buy some studded chaps from here. Always worth
rapier
it
is
to just
kind of
get the
cool.
items
I think though
because
the
then I'll have them
definitive red
forever, and
mage
it's just
weapon
a
is
clue step unlocked,
The
and that
Eureka
is
weapon.
Rubicante.
another casket. So now I have these items in here for the next time I get this clue step. Let's see what we get
Eureka
from this. This
weapon
is
looks
like our
cooler.
third easy clue now, and nothing that I really care about. Harpy bug swarms. Okay, something a little.
I have
We
a
to
stupid
buy
question.
A little bug
Oh,
lantern
I'm
for this
surprised.
one, which this used to be like one of my
Why
favorite
do they
things to wear
separate
back in the day when I was a kid. I loved the
weapons
Harpy
on
bug
a bunch
lantern.
of
Just feel like a cooler person when you wear
different
this thing. Harpy
like
bug swarm task
selections? Why can't it just
completed.
be like weapon? Like why do they separate it between war and magic?
To try and reduce the size of the list, I assume.
Guess.
There's a lot of people who only play like one or the other because they're freaking weirdos.
And like they usually split war between melee and ranged because that's otherwise you just have a list that's too
The
big.
paladin outfit's not bad too.
I think it's just the relic outfit.
Cool.
Catch the cabbit. I catch you the cabbit.
Yo, the Dragoon one has a tail.
Yes, they
Oh,
often
yeah.
do.
Yeah, lots of the dragoon outfits have a tail. They're dragoons.
Incredible.
You haven't even seen a dragoon.
Yeah, this one's ugly. Ninja's bad. Samurai, cool. Reaper, not great, honestly. Pamps any good for Reaper? No. They're just normal men. Boots. Bard bad as usual. Sheetist bad. Danker not bad actually.
This is Dankard.
Bye. Bye.
Just call me Ivan GP, Slayer of all Kemet kind, in all its forms. Oops. Cool, it didn't let me drop all my money. It's nice. Eat him.
Good news, I checked my Malm stones and I have the mount.
You're already at... Oh, you're at 20. Well, I mean,
15?
there's a... It's like 15.
Yeah.
Well, you've only got 10 more to go until you get the armor set.
The armor set, it's a framers kit. Oh, I see. What is in the oh, false monarchy.
Yeah, it's the thing
Cool.
Dave's wearing. It's like, looks like the Griffin. I think it's pretty decent.
Peter!
No,
That
not
Griffin?
that. No, not that
Not
Griffin.
that Griffin.
Never that Griffin. Is Bookworm out yet? I want to read Bookworm. We didn't read ahead. We didn't even read ahead. We got a full volume coming.
Don't read. The problem with being current on Bookworm is I'm just gonna read it in a night.
Yeah, I mean it's a what a night it is.
Oh, what a night.
I mean, what's the problem with that? You would read it in a night then, or you'd read it in a night later.
We have the Dragon Eye. Alright. Now what? What is this awful outfit I'm wearing? The Manalis Coat of Maiming? Sure.
It could be worse. Bookworm could be really convoluted, and so each volume you don't remember the details of the previous one. That's the problem that I'm having with the Index series right now. Don was like, "Oh, don't you remember?
Index.
Don't you remember this happening last volume?" And I was like, "No,
Look, just
I
have
actually,
better memory, nerd.
I actually don't. I have pretty good memory. It's just I just don't remember anything that happened because I think it was like really just weird and confusing." Not bad.
It's kind of all over the place.
Yeah, but a little unfocused so far in this series of volumes, but
How about
maybe
you
we're
focus DN?
what?
You heard me. Alright, I am gonna go to bed, aka read Bookworm. I will see you nerds later.
Okay, bye.
Enjoy. Enjoy your worms. Back here, you dumb Kebbit. Silly Webbit, Kebbit. Tricks of Kebs. Catch that one while we're here. Brick. My clicks could be more accurate, one might say. Kebch. Well, my bird's getting dragged around. It's like dark cabin areas, like sandwiched between two music tracks. Whenever I take a few steps in one direction, it freaking changes the track on me here. Not a big fan of that. Cabot chew, I catch you. Catch the freaking things. Catch the little bastard. I got him. Bird? I didn't raise you from a hatchling to have you miss these kebits. Because I didn't raise you at all. This other random guy I bought the bird from did. So your incompetence can be blamed solely on him. Clearing out your inventory is the dirt. Got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. 7 or 8 more full inventories. We're done with kebits for now, at least. Be back to leveling passively. Dude, what is going on? I forget how to catch keb. Bird? I was thinking, like, is my XP rate taking a dive at all these misses, but apparently not. Pretty dang good XP rate, all things considered. He's literally right there. I could reach out and pick him up. There we go. Oh. Is that a kebit in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me? Yes, it's approximately the bones of 1,000 kebits in my pocket. I would say on a scale of 1 to the most like a skill that is very valuable or lucrative but is kind of like dumb is this hunter. Is like when you get it high, there's a lot of uses for it, but like this act of leveling it is doing literally nothing for me. Whereas like all the other stuff, I feel like I'm, you know, progressing in other ways. Like you can do stuff with the trees you chop, or the runes you craft, or the spells you cast, or the herbs you lore. But in this, it's just like, no. Catch kebits for 60 levels. Then you can derive some sort of value later. It's just not like integrated very well. I'm shocked that like these kebits don't do anything. And I think there's one or two hunter thingies that do something, even at lower levels, but like a little niche or specific. It's like probably should have been a bigger deal. I think it's it's like the last skill in the game, I think. At least in like this version of RuneScape. It's weird. Two more inventories of kebit. We're almost home free. He could go all the cabin way. Alright, catch one more spotted for the road, because we will make that keep. 58 Hunter, you can now catch nature implings. I don't know why I teleported there. That's wrong. Okay, I think I go get a Kemet cape, and this is all I need otherwise. I'm guessing it's this guy. No. Where do I get my Kemet cape? Clothes store in southeastern Baraka. Oh, it's that one. Wait, this one has weight. I thought it didn't. What's the dashing Kemet for? I've been scammed. Hello, officer. I'd like to report a crime. It's me, I got crimed upon. Turn this back on. Okay. I'm ready to catch some implings. And take some impling names.
Calfight task just put us up to 250 points, so all I have to do are 9 easy tasks, and then our 40th task will give us 300 points. So I am in such utter disbelief that it has taken me this long to use the fairy ring in Mauritania. I spent 5,000 hours in this region without fairy rings, and I literally convinced myself that they don't exist here. I like completely erased that from my brain. I've just been running to Mauritania every time I need to do something here. It's actually baffling that I just somehow psyoped myself into thinking that fairy rings
Gourmet
don't exist
Earth
in this
and
region.
Essence. Probably worth
Holy
getting.
shit, what a discovery for me. I just spent about 100 tiles to get over to the Banshee task, but this will be a quick one. 54 Slayer, my friends. One more level to go. What will be our final task to finish off 55 Slayer? 120 Blood Velds is our 40th task. We might actually, so this task will get me to 300 Slayer points, but will it also get me 55 Slayer? That is the question. I think it will. That would be perfect. It would literally be perfect to get both on the same task here. Nice little safe spot for Blood Velds, we like it. This literally could not have lined up more perfectly. 55 Slayer, and I have one more Blood Veld left on my task, and that will get me 300 Slayer points. Look at these unlocks, baby. Broad ammunition, leaf-bladed weapons, Slayer staff. We can now kill Turoths. So many unlocks in one level. It's
Alright, what do I need for this? 3 gourmet, 2 earth, 1 essence. There's a gourmet. So I need earth and gourmets. Oh, there's an earth. Got enough gourmets. Need a nature. 2 natures. Got 1.
Bark, bark.
Why are you barking?
Reading I'm watching is barking. I thought it was Talon for a second. It's muted.
I think Talon just randomly barks.
He does.
No.
Plot twist. Talon doesn't actually have any animals. Just him the whole time.
True. And real. Nature. Come here. Gotcha. Cactus spine. That is not magic log.
It's cheating.
Huh? Who's cheating?
This map.
Can I catch the galactic I'm looking at? I can. There's an atrium. Oh, don't leave me! Don't leave me behind. Fine. Let's go get more jars. Wait, what does a jar generation do? Oh. So eclectic implings are useful. Worth catching. Not for that, though. Is that an atrium? I saw you. Where'd you go? There you are. Oh, I need dribblings. This is a disaster. I should have gone to the toad.
beautiful. And there we go. 40 tasks completed and 300 Slayer points. Exactly what we need for the broader fletching unlock. The greatest balance of cost efficiency and strength in a single piece of ammunition. And we can now make it. 7 billion unlocks with that one Slayer level. It's been a nice week. We got so much progress done. I'm kind of close to 88 range as well. I am extremely excited for what we're doing next episode because I think it's going to be a little bizarre. And I think you'll really, really like it. So I'll see you soon.
Nature Impling, wait for me. I should have brought runes to, no. He gave me the razzle dazzle. Nature Impling, you son of a whore. What are the runes for, like... Okay, snare. Hold on. Oh, I guess they count as combat spells. Bind is probably sufficient. Nature's waters. Okay. Where'd the nature impling go? There he is. Got one! Clue scroll. 4 Terramins. Well, that's fine. I don't think I can do that. Send it. Oh, that's an earth impling. Never mind, I don't even want him. Son of a gun. Dude, where you go? There you go. Where you going, though? Got him. Another cactus spine. Target acquired. Target locked. Target locked. Bogey obtained. Irit seed. I mean, I guess I'll keep that. There he is. Bogey locked on. Got him. Limport. My words are too limp for you, traveler. How many magic logs do I need for desert treasure? Do I just need one? I need 12. I'm not sure this is going to work. Another Irit seed, eh? Okay, well, next target acquired. You can't hide from me. I mean, you can, but please don't. You son of a whore. Oh, he's coming back. Uh, 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 uh. Got him. Hairlander. That's an earth implant. I got tricked. Bamboozled. Oh. What character? I'm not telling you to go after that guy. I'm telling you to go after this one. Got him. Oh, Nitra. Got 3 Arid Seeds. It's like pickpocketing Master Farmers, only slow. Oh, there's a nature. Gotcha. A coconut gun. I can do that clue scroll. Hello?
Oh, close.
Pat just choked and died, literally.
What?
I don't know, you made like a noise.
What?
Yeah? Talon? Confirm? What the frick did I even get? Oh, can I get more Terramins? Screw that. Talon tricked me into not following the way of the Todd. Got him. Jengerberry. I hate earth implings. They look too much like nature implings. Is the answer to just like world hop? Cause I'll do it. Hard clue scroll. Got him. Torstol? That's actually really good. Like, not right now. And it's I think it's a rare drop from that guy, but, you know, whatever, I guess. Alright, we don't really need these 4 oak planks. Belladonna seed, no thank you. Okay, yeah. I'm not gonna say this effort was wasted, but I don't think I have any chance of getting 12 logs from these guys. Mostly because my patience will not extend
You can do it.
long enough. Well, I'd have to catch on average 120 of these? I didn't realize they dropped one. I thought they dropped like 6. All I keep getting is freaking seeds. I mean, I guess that's why they call them nature implings, but, you know? Not exactly inspiring. Alright, we'll catch one more, and then we're just going to Todd for a little while.
Do not go to Todd. Go level your wood cutting like a normal person.
Yikes, I don't think that's normal person behavior. I'm supposed to be smarter than that.
Go hit trees.
We've evolved beyond the need for wood. Oh, there's nature. Just wait right here. Okay, we're going for him. No, of course he went back the other way. Push through the pain, push through the wheat.
Mother.
Got him.
Fuck
Mother.
her.
Mother. 3. That Torstal seed I got was 1 out of 100. That's wild. Wild. Oh, you need 85 farming to plant it, though. Well, there goes a different plan I had for things and stuff, such as, for example, push through the magical weed. Nature. Import scene. Well, I guess the good news is I can keep bouncing between whatever seems like the least bad at the time. What the frick is the Forthos dungeon? Scorched Grotto is where I have to go. Number 9. Weird. Oh, actually, I should go get a speed. Yeah. Holy crap, snape grass is huge. Look at that. That grass sizzle. Oh hey, it's Darganzo. I don't know when he's posted that. He said he's going to bed though. Rest in peace, sweet prince. That was dangerous. Okay, Falador. I mean, Hard Clue could give us some good stuff. Can Hard Clue give magical? We can only hope. I don't think it can. Oh, but it can give an Amulet of Glory. It's rare though. Oh, it can give a magic short bow. That's nice. I would like that. Give some money. There's options, if I can even complete it. Oh god. Step 3. Okay. CKR. We can do that. We might get attacked by an evil wizard. So let's have our prayers at the ready here. Wait, how do you get down there?
Freeze warning.
Oh, you have to start Legends quests.
It's only 39 degrees.
frick, you have to do Heroes Quest, do Legends Quest? Okay, well, we're not giving up on this clue. Put it away for now.
This is McTile. A few months ago, I only had one tile to stand on, and every 1000 XP I gain, I get to unlock a new one. I can't use banks or trade other players, and I'm unlocking RuneScape one tile at a time. The goal? RuneScape's biggest challenge, the Inferno. Last episode, we had our sights set on one goal, and after 17 hours of rooftops and 35 hours of Slayer, we hit 55 and used our points to unlock broad arrows and bolts. This episode we'll have to resort to a pretty bizarre method of getting our next major upgrade for the account. This will be Interesting. We have a lot to talk about. The master plan is in full effect, and it's time to engage step 3. And step 3 means we're gonna have to do something a little unusual. For the next upgrades on the account, I'm gonna be completely at the mercy of other players and my own skill. We're gonna get to what that is. I'm gonna tell you all about it, but I do need to go get some tiles right now. I have 600. Let me just say, 600 is not a lot. That is nothing. That is nothing compared to what I need to finish the master plan. It's a good start. I have no idea how many tiles I'm going to need for these upcoming upgrades, so I'm actually going to play it a little safe. I'm going to go over to Hellhounds right now. I'm going to camp them for some XP, which turns into tiles, and maybe complete some hard clues rolls. That would be beautiful. Okay, you can watch today's sponsor. Ridge is a minimalist, and it doesn't matter because I can't do this one anyway. I'm just going to stay here until 50 prayer, because at that point, it'll feel like I actually got a milestone from here. You know, a prayer point is just always nice. Oh, we got another hard clue. This one is so close yet so far. This is Regicide. I need to complete Regicide for this. That's going to be next week. I still need 76 agility for this as well. That's not what I can do right now. I need like 3,000 tiles for the next 5 or 6 quests I want to do. So, well, we didn't complete any clues, which is really why I came here. I wanted to have some fun, but 50 prayer is another bonus as well. I'm very happy with an extra prayer point. It literally always helps. And we got an extra 80 tiles to pursue these next upgrades with, so I'm very happy with that. Let me ask you a question. Do you see any problems with this inventory? Well, on the surface, there are no problems, but having more space is the lifeblood of an Ultimate Iron Man account. To bring more food, potions, or gear to a boss is priceless, and that's what this main upgrade is about. Our goal over the coming weeks is to kill Zulrah, which will be quite the test for my account in its current state. To make that goal as achievable as possible, we need to head over to this minigame. Last Man Standing. I didn't think I'd ever have to come here, but the reward shop from this minigame is a work of art for me. There's 3 upgrades I can get here, but this minigame is undoubtedly the kryptonite of my account. A player versus player minigame with 2 unique maps and over 30 unique spawn locations. You guessed it, the problem is tiles. You need a kill to earn any points in this minigame, and anyone who knows who I am can just run away if they're losing the fight, knowing I can't follow them or I will waste tiles. That makes this a pretty bizarre experience for me, but we're looking for 3 specific upgrades from here. Remember our magic shortbow? We have the chance to make it even better. For 5 last man standing points, I can upgrade my magic shortbow. This scroll increases the magic shortbow's accuracy by 9% and reduces the cost of its special attack. That is a really nice upgrade, and speaking of the magic shortbow, this is also where I get my arrows. Every last man standing point can be traded for 100 rune arrows. I'm gonna collect around 7,000 arrows, which means 70 points, and last but definitely not least, the most important upgrade of them all, the rune pouch. It can store up to 3 different types of runes for me, saving me multiple inventory slots. No more carrying 5 different types of runes and taking up 5 slots. This is a 75 point unlock and is absolutely crucial for the future. The extra inventory space is genuinely priceless. So all in all, I need about 150 points, and just off rough calculations, I'm expecting this to be a 25-hour, maybe 30-hour grind. And that's 25 to 30 hours that I'm gonna have to be dialed in and actually focused on what I'm doing so that I don't blow my entire stash of tiles here. I'll have to fight without moving for the most part, but the tiles I have now are my buffer. But I'm gonna have to do my best to make this work. So the grind for the 3 upgrades begins. It's been over a year since I've been here, and I'm actually very glad to see there's a ton of people playing still. There's so many people here. The shop is a great way to get looting bags as well. I just need to stock up a lot of extra points for that, and 150 is already going to be quite a bit with my restrictions. Let's adjust the spawn loadout real quick, and then we will get to work. So as far as I'm aware, as long as I right-click join here every single time and I don't actually walk through the portal, I will always spawn on this one tile, so I don't have to go through the portal and spawn on different tiles in the waiting room every time. So this is the play. This is how I'm doing it every time. As always, the people in LMS are just lovely. No, my attack options, they're wrong. I can't attack players. And my cover's already blown. This is bad. I have a chance he's not praying. No, I could have killed him so easily. Damn, that is 4 tiles used in my first fight. That is so much harder than I thought it would be to not move. It goes against all of my strategy when PKing. You know, usually you can freeze someone, walk under. It's a psychology game. Like, I can't even really go in for a KO. I went in for a DDS there and ended up using 3 tiles. And I've already accidentally used tiles like that. It's so easy to do. It is incredibly easy to do. PvP has an insanely high skill ceiling in this game. I think it's one of the hardest areas to master, and there are like 4 billion different things you can do to gain an edge in PvP. But to value your time, I'm gonna explain in painfully simple terms. Step number 1, attack with whatever prayer your opponent is not praying. Step number 2, pray against what he's using, and also the most important, keep HP above 0. That's a kill. Let's go, baby, the first kill on the account. I'm getting points this game. When people just take advantage of me movement-wise, it is so hard for me to deal with. I just can't really retaliate to it. 2 points! 2 points, because I think I made it top 10 or something, so we got an extra point. That's huge! It's kind of sad that I will never be able to win one of these games, unless maybe I figure something out, but it would be really cool to unlock the cape for winning an LMS game. Obviously, the main problem is that wherever I spawn, I'm eventually going to have to go to the final safe zone of the game, and even if I do spend like 150 tiles to get to the final safe zone, it's not going to be the same next game, so why would I bother unlocking it? Yet another restriction I have is that even though I just got a kill, I can't go upgrade my gear with the key I just got because I'd have to walk to a chest, so my cover's blown again. Yep, that's going to be a 0-point game. Thank you for staying in melee range, brother. And now I'm pretty much stuck here. I can't upgrade this key or anything. I'm going to do some market research after this game. In fact, okay, this is my fate now. I'm just going to die to the fog. What are my odds of winning an LMS game? Well, they are much, much lower than you'd actually expect. And I'm not just talking about my own skill, I'm talking of just the logistics of being able to make it to the final area without using tiles. To win a game, I need a spawn location to coincide with the final area that is chosen for the game. When you join an LMS game, there's a 50% chance you either get the Desert Island map or you get the Dark Varrock map, and this is only possible on the Dark Varrock map. This means that right off the bat, I have a 50% chance of playing a map that I will never win on. Moving on, with 8 different spawn locations on the map, there's only one location that happens to coincide with where a final area can be. So far, my odds of winning a game are 1 in 16, but if we further that, there is only a 1 in 5 shot that this area gets chosen for the final area where the game ends. This gives me a 1 in 80 chance of being gifted the right conditions to attempt to win a game. I have to win 4 fights after being gifted these conditions. Winning this minigame on this account would be baffling and really, really cool. Damn, you warmed up. That's it. That's a good win, man. That's the guy who killed me in my first fight. Feels good. I have to make it into the top 9 to get 2 points, so as long as I do that every time, I should get 2 points instead of 1. And another 0-point game. And a kill. There we go. This is pretty close to the area that could be selected as the final area, but as you can see, the safe zone here is the Pillars of Sacrifice. So this is one of those cases where we landed the map and close to the spawn, not technically the spawn. We missed the chance for the final area to be here, so. And now it's time to slowly die to the fog as I secure my top 9 placement, and this is probably the longest part of the process. And that is another 2-point game. We take it. It's another kill. Oh my, whoops. And another kill. Oh, minus 7 tiles. Still winnable. Yes! Up to 21 points. Nice, good fight. Wait, can I win this? Oh my god, I can't believe I won that. I did not deserve that. 29 points after that one. Wait, the final area. It's here. This is the first time I've seen it here. Oh my god. Do I go for this?
100%. Well, you gotta win the first fight.
Okay, there's the first one. I think I'm just gonna go for the chest. I think I'm investing into this run. And we got some decent upgrades. Okay, it's doable. No way I just double zeroed with the AGS on his 5 HP. There's literally... I can't believe I lost that. It's literally every item I need to win the game is on the ground, and I have 2 keys, and I still can't go win the game. 3rd kill of the game, which means I actually get a boost. This should be a 4-point game. I tried to make it until top 2. I ate all my food, every last piece. That's gonna be my last game of the day. Day 2 begins. Let's see how many points we can get today. I want to hopefully finish this grind by end of tomorrow. That would be really, really nice. I should be able to get the rune pouch today, though. 75. I think I'm playing literally like 500% better since yesterday after just doing like a lot of these games, getting warmed up again. It's been a year. It's literally been a year since I played LMS. Yes, this guy just came along to slightly speed up my death. Thank you so much, man. So I've been at it for about 4 hours today, and as you can see in the chat, we just finished a 2-point game, and we're up to 75 points. It's finally time to get this thing. Definitely noticed a pretty big difference in the quality of my fights today. There's the rune pouch. Okay, the most exciting upgrade of the 3, in my opinion. This is such massive quality of life. Let's just put the law, air, and earth runes in here, and look at all that space that was just freed up. I feel like a new man. I feel reinvigorated in the world after that. In theory, I could leave now and still be happy, but I'm not done just yet. I do want to win a game, first of all, but the magic shortbow scroll is going to be amazing for Zulrah, and we still need the ammo for the shortbow, or we're not going to be shooting anything out of that bow. So nice, GG. Hopefully this is a 2-point game. Top 9 secured. That's a 2-point game. Very good, very good. Good fight. What the? I just died to a staff bat. Watching a documentary on fish. Top 3. Look at me go, baby. That's a 3-point game. Oh my god, what a hit. Good fight. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, I hate that, dude. I hate that so much. And now, oh my god, the fog is here too. Oh, what a miserable situation. What an incredible... He can literally just stay out there and he wins the fight. That's literally all he has to do. That is by far the most frustrating part of this for me, is situations like that. Well, top 5. It's time to focus up. I don't know. You know what? I'll spend some tiles on this. This is the final areas here. I have to win this fight though. No way. Barely. Holy shit, I did not deserve to win that fight, but I've just been gifted a chance. I have to win probably 3 more fights to get this win. Oh, even this guy's name is scary. It's just shoot. I don't know how much I like that. Change spray. Oh, baby! Holy shit!
This is the game.
Down to 1 final fight. Here we go. They're missing some HP. I might actually be up already. I don't think I'll get another chance like this. I have to win it here. Spec on robes, please. So close, please. Just die. Bet. Yes!
Oh! Yes!
Yes, dude, there it is. Oh my god, 5 kills for that. At least 2 of those people were better than me. Claim the spoils of war here. This is actually a massive flex for this account. I think this was genuinely a very hard thing to do, and if I didn't win those 5 fights, there is absolutely no way I would have gotten this anytime soon. I was granted the right conditions to win twice in all my games, and I happened to make it work that 2nd time, so I'm gonna drop the cape because I can reclaim it at any time, so that's pretty cool. I am so happy that's done. That is such a big achievement, and that is where I'll be ending my day 2 because I have a ton of adrenaline going through me right now, so thank you, sir. Now I'm gonna die to the fog and claim my 2 points, hopefully. Crazy how half this grind is just me sitting awaiting my death in this mini game. It gives me so much time to ponder life. So early in the day, I might go for like 80 points instead of 75, which is the goal. I don't know. This is one of my last LMS games, and I'm just reflecting here a bit. 284 tiles left. I think it could have been a lot worse. Had I been any less disciplined, I think I would have ran out of tiles this grind, so I think I did a pretty decent job. Well, we seem to have come to a tipping point, and by that I mean this may be the last time for at least a while that I watch myself die to fog and collect my 2 points for a job well done. 81 points collected currently, but let's grab our very important magic shortbow scroll, and if we spend the rest of our points on rune arrows, we should get 7,500 rune arrows, which will be plenty of ammo for Zulrah and anything else I really want to do. It's just going to be great to have excess. I guess I'll keep this final point for a looting bag whenever I need it. 278 tiles at the end of it, which means I definitely cannot complete Regicide with this amount of tiles. I'm going to have to grind some out, and there's other quests that I also want to do. In fact, I'm extremely short on tiles for the activities that I want to do soon, but I'm gonna have to put this scroll away in the bag temporarily because if I go upgrade my bow now, it makes the bow untradeable, and then I can't store it in my bag anymore. I'm just gonna have to keep it on me. So this stuff is just gonna be chilling in the looting bag, but not for very long. We are gonna be using it in the very, very near future. Number one priority is the Regicide quest, which takes me all the way throughout the Elven Forest, which is gonna be very, very expensive. So I might as well start Slayer back up again because that's a level that I'm gonna need way higher anyway. I don't plan to heavily grind Slayer for a while, but I do want to hit 90 range before I go to Zulrah, so that's gonna be a little midterm goal for me. Currently very close to 88 range actually, so we're only gonna be 2 levels away from 90, and I think that's gonna be a great milestone level to go to Zulrah with. There's a Cow Fight task done. Greater Demon task. I do not have this unlocked. I'm gonna have to go to the Chasm of Fire for this one, I'm pretty sure, which is close to a fairy ring, but that's gonna be like a 40 or 50 tile investment. In the name of a Slayer unlock, I will do it. Oh, that's the Chasm of Fire right there, so whatever, let's just go. And there's 88 range, beautiful, 2 levels away from the big 90, and it's nice to get it on a Slayer task because it feels like I'm double productive in a way. I did not expect this to be such good money. Look at my chat box, that's 3 rune full helms. Anyway, there's a Greater Demon task completed. Quick little Herblore level 22. Welcome to the beach! I've set 90 range as one of my final goals before getting the requirements for Zulrah, and this is how I'm gonna do it. It should take close to 20 hours to get these 2 levels, which at that point I'll have enough tiles for at least some of the short-term plans. 90 range is probably as high as my range will go for a while, but it'll be a great milestone. I'll see you in 20 hours, and remember, expect the unexpected. This is McTile. A few months ago, I only had 1 tile to stand on, and every 1000 XP I gain, I get to unlock a new one. I can't use banks or trade other players, and I'm unlocking RuneScape 1 tile at a time. The goal? RuneScape's biggest challenge, the Inferno. In the last episode, we had to visit the Last Man Standing minigame, and our goal was 3 big upgrades. 400 tiles, and just under 30 hours later, we had all 3, and we ended the episode by setting the goal of 90 range. Our dreams of the Tile Man Zulrah kill are close to a reality. Wonderful way to end the day. Got a lamp and a book. I'm off to bed, but that is 23 Herblore. I will finish up 90 range tomorrow. 89 range, check it in, and my level up message got scammed. I don't know where it went, but should finish up 90 range in the next 10 hours or so, and we're close to 900 tiles, so I think by the end of this, I should have enough tiles to do at least half of the things I want to do, which is nice. Who could have predicted this? I'm out of bone bolts. I have to go get a candle as a light source and buy more bone bolts. I have 1.2 mil right now. I will probably be poor again within a month, but that's okay. 18,000 bolts reloaded, and 20 hours later, there we go, 90 range. Damn, that looks so good. Look at that 9-0, man. There's something about that. My max hit with a bone crossbow should be 20 now. Isn't that insane for a bone crossbow to hit that? I am so excited for this week. I've never done low-level Zulrah, and today I'm going to be doing everything I need to make that possible. But first, today for the first time ever, I've been sponsored by the video game I've played for 16 years now. Old school RuneScape, baby. Fresh Start Worlds are officially out since October 19th, and you know what that means. I'm making Swampletics 2.0. We're starting back in the swamp for another 5,000 hours. Swampletics 2 coming to a theater near you. I'm kidding, but I remember what it was like to log on to the old school RuneScape servers on launch day, seeing thousands of people the same level as me, just as broke as me, using bronze weapons and fishing shrimp. It was beautiful, and it's so hard to re-experience that, but now you have the opportunity to experience that for yourself. Completely fresh economy, high scores are reset, and you can do anything your heart desires. And feel that nostalgia that so many of us felt when the worlds first launched, and every item was scarce. Fresh Start Worlds will be here for 6 months starting October 19th, and then all the progress you made on those worlds is actually going to carry over to the main game. All the updates are the same, but it's a fresh start. Completely free to try. Go click the link in the description, and thank you so much to Jagex for sponsoring. I have 1,550 tiles. It is finally time for this quest that I've talked about for like a month. In fact, I don't even have all the requirements to do this. I need 30 mining because I need to mine like probably 10 coal for the quest. 30 mining should take like 20 minutes or so since I am going to be using a bronze pickaxe. But after that, we are completely ready to do the quest. I remember thinking Regicide was going to take like 1 billion tiles. It's actually not going to be super expensive. What is going to be expensive are the quests that I do after. Dude, it feels like forever since I've been on a canoe. It's been like 6 years. Am I really about to mine tin all the way up until 30 mining? I guess I will. Actually, this is a terrible idea. I just realized I'm gonna need to mine iron in the future anyway, so I might as well go unlock some iron. Okay. This is a path I used during the Fairy Tale Part 1 quest, and as you can see, there are some super close iron rocks here. 27 mining, 28 mining, 30 mining after 17 minutes of hard work. We can now mine coal. We can also mine rune essence, which is gonna be nice in the future, and we can go complete Regicide. We're gonna need a lot of different things for this quest, so I'll be right back. This general store is so good. Balls of wool acquired. Now I'm gonna have to go get some limestone. This is one of 2 locations in the entire game where you can mine limestone. In fact, it is practically the only location because the other one is locked behind the quest that I'm trying to do right now. There's only one thing I have to kill in this quest, and I think I'll manage without the full void set. It's just gonna take up too much space. I sure hope 3 cakes is enough for this quest. Oh my god, I have a singular brain cell right now. I've been, honey, I'm home. Yeah, we gotta go down here to the Well of Voyage now. Oh yeah, I love this part. This is my favorite part of this quest. Unlucky brother, these guys heard you were risking a spade in the wilderness. They actually updated the elf graphics, I want to say like 2 years ago now, so I haven't done this quest line since they've done that, so it's actually cool to see all the new elf chat heads and stuff. It's very new to me. This is where the agility levels come in. I do have 70 agility, so I don't think I'll have any problems with the elven traps. In fact, yeah, we're the best agility player in the world. It's fine. First order of business, we gotta find the elf tracker. There's a rabbit. Oh yeah, I forgot I have to go to the camp up north. I'm doing this quest without a guide right now. The biggest unlock for the account in history. I have a loom now. I needed to make this strip of cloth for the quest. Thank God I looked this up because I was about to unlock my own loom somewhere in Falador. Entirely kidding, by the way. It's not the biggest unlock on the account. I'm probably never going to use it again. These tripwire traps are doing a number on me. I'm all out of cakes. All right, we got our sulfur. We got our barrels of tar. Please do not miss this jump. Please don't miss this jump. Please don't miss this jump. Oh, okay, that was a little sketchy. I'm just gonna unlock this furnace. It is so close to a teleport. I'm gonna be using it all the time pretty soon. So mining this coal is going to take 16 years. I have the lowest mining level possible and a bronze pickaxe. Okay, 10 coal. I'm gonna hope that's enough for this, unless I screw up. We want our pressure to stay in the green. Then we start adding coal. This is the most important part. You want to add coal, or your barrel will not distill. Once we start adding coal, our heat needs to stay in the green. The most crucial part. If your heat's... Oh my god, what? No way am I 1 coal short. No way. Oh, I have to go get more. We did it, guys! Barrel of naphtha. Wonderful. There we go. That's my breakfast mate. And for an incredible cutscene. Oh, I'm in there! Dude, they put me in there! I love how the Tileman plugin just kind of exposes these things for the camera angles. Oh, thank God that king is dead, am I right? Okay, so spoiler alert, but now Arianwin here is actually going to tell us that we killed the good king, and the bad king is actually the king that we've been working with the whole time. We are a step closer to welcoming the Dark Lord into this realm. Wow, good news. Wow, I gotta say, that wasn't that bad. 525 tiles in total for Regicide. That's pretty damn good. Got some agility XP, not that it really makes a dent in my level, but that is the Regicide quest complete, which means in theory I can now go kill Zulrah. Obviously, it's not really viable just yet. As great as it is that the quest is done, we are not done. This is what I just unlocked. I can now take a charter ship here and unlock this path all the way down to the Zulrah dock. The problem with that is that the charter ship takes 3,200 coins every single trip. Crazy expensive. Now this is what we want. This stepping stone takes 76 agility to cross, and it's right next to a fairy ring. Not only is it completely free, but it's also much faster than taking a charter ship every time. I'm 70 agility right now, and these 6 levels are actually going to take much longer than 60 to 70 took me. Probably around 18 to 20 hours or so. Anyway, it's time for the second 20-hour grind of the episode. I will see you in 20 hours. Oh my god, I just saw that. They're massive! Holy... Wait, what? Did I just hallucinate that? Surely I didn't hallucinate 5 raw jubblies at the yew trees, did I? 71 agility level. Slayer Tower Advanced Shortcut. That is actually a pretty big one. 72 agility, 73 agility. There's 74 agility. Lava Dragon Isle Lava Jump Shortcut. That might have been good in episode 6 when we died at Lava Dragon. 75 agility. This grind has almost restored all the tiles I used to complete Regicide, so that's actually pretty cool. I'll need about 3,000 tiles for the next 4 quests I want to do, but hey, we're almost halfway there after this agility grind, so good news everyone, I got 24 Herbler from a lamp and I did not record it. And 20 hours later, 76 agility is done, the most important shortcut maybe in the history of this account. We can now use the island crossing near Zalandra. That was pretty much my longest grind I had left pre-Zulrah, so I'm super happy to have that done. That is a multi-purpose shortcut though. I literally think I will save millions of GP just by having this agility level, because having to go to a charter to Zulrah or that entire area at all would actually just bankrupt me over time. I will be going there hundreds upon hundreds of times, so probably the most important shortcut I will ever unlock, if I had to guess. Look at our tiles now, 1,589, so I'm actually net positive since I completed Regicide. Ended this grind with 214 Marks of Grace, which is actually pretty awesome. That's a ton of Amylase Crystals, which means a ton of future stamina pots. Hey, what are you doing in Puro Puro? I decided I'd stay here for an hour, try to get
there's
some
my
clues,
Pyromancer
make a bit more money, and I love this place. I enjoy it a lot, so no, don't run away, please. Cash stack is back to 1.2 mil, so it's time to get back to work. We've got one major quest to do right now, which is the feud. I know what you're thinking. Settled, why are you doing the feud quest? Everyone say that, please. There's a very important reason to do the feud quest. So imagine this scenario, right? I go into Zulrah, I die. How do I get back? That's the thing, I have no path to get back to Zulrah if I die. I'd have to spend hundreds, maybe 1,000 tiles just to walk back there. But once I do the feud quest, I'll have access to a shop that sells law runes. Not to mention, this shop is going to be crucial in an entirely different way. I'm just going to be moving my house to Pollen of Nietzsche, and that way I can just teleport back here. I'm going to have to teleport here like 8 times for this quest, so this whole quest takes place in the desert. Dude, how many RuneScape plotlines have to do with like making someone extremely drunk and getting information out of them? I swear, like at least 40 quests. Alright, time to unlock the camel shop for the quest. Why can't I get my own camel? Well, that's a great question, Jagex. Please get on it. Oh, there we go, my first blackjack. So this entire quest is basically about trying to dissolve a feud between the bandits and the Menophites. And basically, no matter what you do, they're always going to hate each other. It's not going to matter at all. We got the jewels, breaking and entering completed. Charmed a snake for some poison. Very intense boss fight finished. Right around 300 tiles used for the feud quest. Honestly, a little less than I expected, so that's pretty good. And a nice little boost to the thieving level. 15,000 thieving XP, 39 quest points now. No thieving level from that, but 8k away from 59. So I'm not actually done yet. The mini quest after the quest that I just did is what I actually wanted to do. The mini quest is basically just helping Ali expand his wares. I have to help him secure a partnership with the Varrock rune shop real quick. Aubrey is going to send him the runes so that he can sell them, but he's gonna send them in caskets that are locked behind Sudoku, so Aubrey is not a good person. So basically, once we solve this rune Sudoku puzzle, we'll be able to buy runes from Ali. Okay, that should be right. If that's not right, I retire, and I'm burning down the rune shop. Yes, we got it. Okay. So now I have access to every non-elemental rune in the game, but I do want to unlock elemental runes here as well. Oh wow, that took a long time actually. That took way longer than I thought. Okay, so then we click buy other runes. Look at that shop. That is so good. So I could buy cosmic runes here. The only way for me to get cosmic runes before was to go to the mage arena. So this is an extremely crucial unlock. But I also have law runes here. I have nature runes. Literally just such an incredible unlock. This is no longer having to risk my life in the wilderness to get cosmic runes is probably the best thing out of that shop, but everything else is also a very, very big bonus. All right, let's go spend these Marks of Grace now. I'm just gonna buy as many Amylase packs as I can possibly get with these Marks of Grace. I don't know if I'll be making stamina potions on this account, but I don't think it hurts just to have the crystals sitting in my looting bag. Look at Glop, he's so cute. I've been doing some calculations and it turns out it's time for me to go back to war. Time to go back in. I'm taking out the void set. We're going back to pest control, fellas. I didn't think I'd be back so soon. In fact, I wasn't sure if I'd ever be back to pest control, but the original plan was to go to the Magic Guild and buy Mystic Robes as my magic gear for Zulrah. Now look, I thought there was no possible way that a Void Mage Helm would actually be better than a Mystic Robe top and bottom. So you can imagine my surprise when I find out that this one little hood is actually slightly better than Mystic, and it's one little hood. If I can save inventory space and also have better magic accuracy, what is the choice here? I have to go grind out a Void Mage Helm. There's no other choice. The question is, do I use the Novice boat so I don't have to go unlock the Intermediate boat? I'm just kidding, of course I'm gonna unlock the Intermediate boat. Guys, I am getting bullied at pest control. Ranger with Fire Cape, only good at closing and opening doors. You're just mad that I opened doors better than you. Honey, I'm back from the war. That was my final game of pest control, maybe ever. I don't know if I'll ever go back here. I don't know if I'll ever need the melee helm, so let's purchase it. Void Mage Helm now in the collection. 2 points left over. We love to see it. Oh, what an iconic look for McTile. I love this, dude. I absolutely love this. Before we start on Zulrah, I am gonna have to do some spring cleaning. Not only this inventory, but mainly the looting bag. I'm gonna want my house in Brimhaven for these kills. It costs 15k to move it there, but this is absolutely the only location I can have my house in if I want to do Zulrah. We've got some serious spring cleaning to do in this bag. A lot of this stuff has to go, honestly, but I have to get these potions out, at least the prayer potions, the runes. It's gonna destroy my bag here, and everything will drop to the floor. We're gonna pick it all up. Well, here's where that extra LMS point comes in. I can just buy my bag back and we'll store everything that we don't need. I honestly don't know if I even need prayer potions for these Zulrah kills, but I'm just gonna take some just in case for at least the first couple. I also need some space in general in my bag, so I am gonna use these 126 Guam leaves I have here and just get some Herblore levels, get rid of those. I guess I'm just gonna put away my bone crossbow and rune kite shield since I'm just gonna be using this magic short bow, which I'm so excited to use. I can finally use this thing after getting it, and we can upgrade this thing. Let's imbue it, and we now have a magic short bow. I honestly think this is going to be like my secret weapon at Zulrah. My range damage is going to be insanely good in comparison to what I can do with my magic. So buy some vials of water, buy some eyes of newt. We're gonna get some Herblore XP real quick. What I'm striving for with early Herblore is 38. That way I can make my own prayer potions in the future, but right now whatever I can get is what I can get. These are all Guams that we got from the Temple Spider grind, which I've just been holding on to for way too long. I should have used them much earlier, but 25 Herblore, 26 Herblore, and there's the final level from the Guam leaves, 27 Herblore. Honestly, pretty big dent in the scale from that. The plan is to use Iban's Blast for all of these Zulrah kills, which costs 5 fire runes and 1 death rune per cast, so I do have to invest in a lot of fire runes. Thankfully, look at all these death runes in the bottom right of my inventory that I got from Temple Spiders. I am so happy that I kept stacking those throughout that grind, because now I just have so many for free for this Zulrah grind. It's so nice. Look at everything come full circle. I'm going to be using the Ali Morrisane shop every single kill because I need to buy a Cosmic Rune pretty much every run. What I have to do next is actually unlock a path to this crafting shop from Ali Morrisane because I can't be going around every single time. This is another shop that I'm going to have to visit every single Zulrah kill. So what I need from here is a ring mold. Next, we buy a sapphire from the Artie Gem Trader. Then we go to Varrock and we telegrab this gold bar in the basement. Now we make our sapphire ring, we enchant this bad boy, and we've got our ring of recoil, absolutely crucial for the kills, and I'm just gonna drop this ring of dueling, I guess. So this ring only recoils 40 damage and then it breaks, which is why I'm gonna have to make a new one every kill. Okay, one last order of business. Well, if it isn't the staff I alked for 25k or whatever it was. So I'm paying 200k to repair this thing and another 200k to upgrade it so that it holds way more charges. So yeah, 400k to use this staff, but I have to say it's definitely worth it. There's pretty much nothing comparable at my magic level that can hit anywhere close to the 25 that Iban's Blast can hit. And of course we have to grab our newly minted Void Mage Helm, which makes our entire magic setup not trash. These are my switches for Zulrah. Look at this two-way switch from range to mage. I mean, let's be honest, the magic setup is still going to be completely trash, but at least the Void Mage Helm makes it somewhat bearable. Also, you're probably wondering where I'm walking right now. I am walking to my food source for this entire grind. Having my house in Brimhaven just lets me get to this food shop super easily, and they sell karambwans here. Granted, they're a little expensive, but they heal 18 HP per, so it's pretty much the best food that I can have easy access to. I mean, I still had 3 more quests on the agenda, but I just don't have the tiles for them. Like, if I do all the quests that I want to do before Zulrah, I'm just gonna end up stalling this grind for another, like, week. I don't really have the time to grind another 1,800 tiles past this, so I'm gonna go to Zulrah with this massive excess of tiles. Also, spoiler alert, this will not be good. These kills will be tough. These actually will be pretty difficult kills to get. After I get a full inventory of food, I'm gonna have to run down to this general store every single trip as well and buy some anti-poisons. Last but not least, every single piece of this puzzle, 76 agility for the stepping stone shortcut, actually just saving me like $1 billion over the course of my entire account's history. We should not be here, and for that reason alone, we have a chance to propel the account progression with rocket fuel. The Zulrah drop table is super powerful, and early blowpipe is the holy grail. I start using a blowpipe with dragon darts, and I have practically one of the best weapons in the game. I've never done Zulrah at this low of a level before, so here goes nothing. See you on the other side. This is McTile. A few months ago, I only had 1 tile to stand on, and every 1000 XP I gain, I get to unlock a new one. I can't use banks or trade other players, and I'm unlocking RuneScape 1 tile at a time. The goal? RuneScape's biggest challenge, the Inferno. Last episode, we completed the Regicide quest, got 76 agility for a very crucial shortcut, and finished off our setup to take on Zulrah. With some luck, a rare drop from this boss could change everything. But first, a quick word from our sponsor. Look at this guy. You see anything wrong with this guy? I know the answer is no, because he's actually the pinnacle of human perfection, listening to an audiobook in the park. You know why? Because he can. Because he has Audible, the sponsor of today's video, and a sponsor on this channel for the 900th time. And you guys all know that I've been an avid Audible listener for 3 years now. Due to my somewhat obsessive personality, a lot of my library is a lot of the same thing, but I love building my library of audiobooks and listening to them. You can listen to an audiobook anywhere, while doing anything, at the gym, playing RuneScape, whatever you want. That's why it's so beautiful. I recently listened to the entirety of the Fellowship of the Ring while killing sand crabs on RuneScape. Now that's a life worth living. Audible's library is massive. I can promise you will find something that you will want to listen to. There's no doubt about that. There's also podcasts and Audible originals that you won't find anywhere else. You can go to audible.com/settled or text settled to 500-500 to start your free 30-day trial. Gonna wait for my run energy to recharge to 100 before I step into this kill, so you need to learn what we're up against here. And you may be asking, why is Zulrah gonna be so difficult in this gear? Well, Zulrah has 3 different forms, and every single one of them is weak to something. Green Zulrah is weak to magic, blue Zulrah is weak to range, and red Zulrah is kind of weak to magic, I guess. But one of these forms is very, very dangerous, and that's this blue one. When you see blue Zulrah, from now on, you think danger, okay? That's because this form attacks with magic and range. It's random, which means unavoidable damage with a max hit of 41. While blue phase means danger, green phase means peace, love, victory, wealth, prosperity, everything, all of the above. Even though I can do more damage on blue phase because my range is obviously much stronger, we still always want green phase, no matter what, because I can't take damage. That's the most important thing. These clouds are gonna limit where you can go and where you should be standing for each rotation. These little snakelings are probably the most annoying part of the fight, but any damage that they do to me will instantly just kill them due to the ring of recoil that we're gonna make for every single kill. There's also plenty of other mechanics that you'll just learn as I go. I've looked at a few Zulrah guides in present day, and even the lowest recommended setups are still light years ahead of my own. Almost none of them even include the Iban staff as an option, and if it is listed, it's as a very last resort. I'm severely undergeared for this, and that is what makes it so fun. Okay, the run energy is at 100. Let's do this thing. It's time. Honestly, pretty nice having an excess of tiles right now, because I'm probably going to end up unlocking most of this island. So it's not so simple as to just walk in here and get a kill. I'm going to be doing something called rotation scouting. There's 4 possible rotations or patterns which dictate where Zulrah will pop out during the fight. The easiest one for me to do is number 3. So after she submerges, we want a range on the left side, and that's not it. That's a melee in the middle. If I don't get the rotation I want, I can just log out and try again. As long as I'm quick with the log out, if the boss hits me, it's too late. But this way I can just keep retrying for the rotation I want. I am only rotation scouting because my gear is so bad, otherwise I wouldn't be doing this at all. But my best chance to get a kill is by doing rotation 3, which means a green Zulrah on the left side. And that is not it, that is rotation 4. I'll be avoiding rotation 4 at all costs. It's by far the most difficult for me in my current gear. Just green on the left, green on, there we go, green on the left. So this is our first chance to get a kill. This means I'm on the right rotation. We're gonna try to take this all the way. So this is a strategy that I'm gonna have to employ on at least some of these blue phases where I just hide from it. I'm not gonna be able to do it on all of them, but whenever I can do it, pretty crucial to my HP conservation. Another reason why rotation 3 is so great, that's 2 blue phases that I can actually hide from. Not all of them I can hide from. The next blue phase I'll actually be able to do some damage to. So if we time this right, we can get some free range damage in here. And look, so she actually didn't attack me at all there. I can dump my specs. Look at that spec, holy. 16-15 with the magic shortbow spec. I'm not gonna get to do that often, but when I do get to do that. Now we have a Jad phase, so I just have to alternate my prayers every single time. This Venom is ripping into me though. I'm literally going to die to this Venom. I'm gonna have to try to handle this situation now. Okay. I'm gonna be good for the Venom now. I might need more anti-poisons next time, unfortunately. So here we have more free range damage on the blue phase. It's not gonna attack me here. Okay, so this is a new rotation now. So the fight went on long enough that we're actually getting an all-new rotation. So this is either rotation 1 or 2 that we're doing now. We're really not doing enough damage though. Zulrah's at half health, and I'm already running pretty low on supplies. I have no more anti-poisons left at this point. I'm gonna have to get a lot better at this if I want to get a kill. A lot better. That is only half HP done. I'm gonna take a little risk here and try to do some range damage. The range damage is so good. Look at this magic shortbow go in. And I forgot to cross to the other side. This maybe even could have been a kill if I crossed over to the other side, but it's been so long. Okay, I have some homework to do. I made a lot of mistakes there, but honestly, that kill showed me that it's definitely possible. Completely safe to die in your house, by the way. You just spawn out here and you're completely fine. So honestly, I think another big problem there was I didn't use my anti-poisons to their fullest potential. Considering these kills are like 5 or 6 minutes, that's probably like, what, 150 damage to just Venom? Yes, rotation 3. There we go. All right, let's give this another shot. Oh, my recoil wasn't on this whole time. No way. That's so sad. I've been taking so much damage for that. I'm still gonna go for this kill, but I took so much damage. I brought 2 recoils. I didn't want to waste my other one, and it was already low, so it broke really quickly. I mean, my damage is pretty good so far, so there's still a chance. Snakelings, be humble, please. If they don't hit me for a lot. No! My recoil's out. My recoil is out. No!
Oh, logs,
Heartbreak,
maple.
absolute heartbreak. No. I'm gonna try with one more anti-poison. We're gonna take 3 this time because I'm taking a lot of Venom damage. So with all the little stages of prep for these kills, it takes me probably about 6 or 7 minutes to get ready. We got our Cosmic and Water Rune over here. We buy a Ring Mold over here. I buy 1 Sapphire. Telly grab a gold bar. I make my Ring of Recoil. We enchant this thing. Then I have to go get my food. Stocking up on food takes a couple minutes through hopping through every world and takes about 6,000 GP every single trip. My goodness, these hits. This is the first phase. If this is rotation 1 or 2, I'll do it. Okay, screw it. I'll go for it. I've done so much damage that I feel like it might be worth it, even though I get less range phases this way. So I get to dump my specs a little early, but yeah, that's the issue. Oh, okay. 2 range attacks. I can't actually hide from that one if I just book it through the poison. That's a teleport. That wasn't even close. 150 damage. That was really bad. I'm gonna stick to rotation 3. That wasn't too good. Let's go make another Ring of Recoil, get some more food, get some more anti-poisons, and we'll try again. Rotation 3, I'm home. All right, let's go for it. Oh, magic shortbow. Go, hit something. A 6. I think. This one we just get to DPS. This is a free magic phase. Damn, I did no range damage on this one. That's gonna be a teleport. Bad RNG. Very bad luck on that one. Oh, great, and this is a random phase. This is what happens when the fight goes on too long. You get a little random phase, and it's actually not the standard rotation, so I think I'm getting better, though. Get me out of here! Get me out! Get me out! So close, dude. So close. Like 50 more damage, and I get that. Humble, humble, humble. No range. No range. No range attacks. No range attacks. Please. Okay, this is doable. No, this is the random phase again. God damn it. Another close kill. Look, I've done 3,000 Zulrah kills in my time on RuneScape. Never have I ever seen a random phase. Because usually you kill the boss in under 3 minutes, so it never goes on long enough for you to experience that. But now I experience it every single kill. I'm gonna unlock a path to these jungle bushes here, and the reason for that is I'm gonna be looking for Broodoo victims. I'm looking for something in particular, and I'll tell you guys once I find one of these Broodoo victims. In the meantime, let's go do a Zulrah kill. Oh my god, this could be it. I just need some good hits. Some good hits and humble snakelings, and I have this. I have 1 food left. I'm just gonna drink this prayer pot dose. I don't care. I'm committing. Just give me a little bit of luck. Yes! Is that it? Oh my god. Please. Please. Magic Shortbow, go! Yes! 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 I got it! 458, first Zulrah kill. Oh, not even a bad drop. Oh, get me out of here. I'm still venomed. It is done. Zulrah kill on McTile. This is like 20k farming XP worth of papaya tree seeds as well. And of course, we get to start our scale stack because our scales are going to power our future blowpipe that we're obviously going to get. Okay, so good news. I have to buy a lot of different food right now because we have a Broodoo victim. This is urgent. This is very, very important. Literally perfect timing because I did not want to go back to Zulrah until I got this. So this is one of 3 different Broodoo victims that you can find. This one you actually have to kill by using food on it. Don't ask me why, but there we go. Tribal mask, exactly what I was looking for. It's time for a new, oh my. It's time for a new upgrade. Let me introduce you to the Broodoo Shield. Such an unusual item, yet it's gonna be such a solid upgrade. This thing gives me an extra 3 magic attack bonus, which may seem like a little bit, but remember, I'm wearing full Void Mage, which gives me a 45% accuracy boost. So any attack bonuses I can get gets amplified by that 45% accuracy boost. And it gives me 5 whole prayer bonus. That is so insane for a single item. This 5 extra prayer bonus makes it so that my prayer is going to last an extra 25 seconds during the fight. That is very, very significant. So yeah, I currently have the mask. I need to turn this thing into a shield, and for that, I'm going to need a couple more things. Actually, I have to kill these snakes next to me for some snake hide. I'm gonna unlock this flax field because I'm gonna need it in the future anyway, but I need to get 35 crafting to make this Broodoo shield. Everyone who subscribes will get a free piece of flax. There's 34 crafting, 1 level to go. And there we go, 35 crafting. Look at that, we can now craft Broodoo shield. Let's go make this thing. I'm actually so excited. It's like such an unusual item. And I love stuff like this. I'm gonna need 8 nails of any type to put this thing together. Let's just buy bronze. Let's tan these snake skins. And now we just use a hammer on this thing. 100 crafting XP. Look at that beautiful gear setup. So with this shield now, my chance of hitting the range form of Zulrah is 71.24%. And just to show you how important those green Zulrah phases are, my chances of hitting on the red Zulrah phase are under 25% with this magic gear. When the kills are as long as mine, any kind of accuracy bonus is going to make a really big difference. I'm not done upgrading